live
Look at that
on the
elf
internet
over here.
with this, I guess technically ultimate episode.
We are, in fact, live on the internet.
Of Dreads of the Dragon Coast. One last
go.
time. One last hurrah. Ah. Yeah, see, yeah. It's been a journey. That said, we have a program. We're not in the free form part of this yet. Because I, as most DMs, I think, need to get me some feedback, and that usually goes well before we descend into just having a good time. That said, hello, viewers and players. This is our epilogue session. We have done a campaign. We've gone 1 to 30, at least Grimith has, and
yeah.
You know,
I had the pleasure of trying to make a 4th edition character at like level 16 in the beginning.
And we're at the end. 150 episodes. This doesn't count. I've decided because
we had a
150
nice round number.
is a nice round, sort of nice number. It feels like it should be a planned sort of. Yeah. We'll be starting today. We will be having a couple of character epilogues. I don't know how much the players have made, but really the first thing we're going to do is give you the word, and I think hear what you have to say. Talk a little bit about the characters, what their future might hold. In 4th edition, of course, the characters sort of get written out of the story, if you will, as they ascend, and we'll sort of see how their immortality comes into play. After that, we'll go into a little bit of I have in my notes here called it the interview part, where I will talk to my players about things that I might use to become a better DM. Because certainly it's been a long game, and certainly there are things that could be improved. And we'll talk a little bit about that. After that, we will move on to a more free-form discussion. We will inspect old maps, old tokens. We will talk about characters, NPCs, great moments, and all that stuff. And then, in the end, perhaps we will round it off. And that'll be it. That's really the program for today. And I'll be your moderator, I suppose, for this structured discussion of what we've been doing for the last 3 years.
Yes, that is what I.
That said, players, Grimith, Mary, you've been thinking about your epilogues. I don't know how much you've done with it. Normally, for games like this, I ask the players to maybe write a thing, but honestly, I feel like we could just talk from the heart to some degree. Do you have anything you want to say about your character's future? Then let's begin.
Before we go separate, Ari, I think we should do this together. Let's flip to the Ancient Tomb map.
Ancient Tomb map.
The Ancient Tomb map. We can tell Raxus has good common sense. He's fucking out of here. This world is crumbling apart. Right? Yeah. It will last just long for us as necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But the ritual has ended, and the internal structure is falling apart. Manikai left us last session with the portals and how they felt to each of the dragons, particularly how unwelcoming they were for Ares' character. And the opportunity to reflect there and stand there and contemplate what happens next. The green dragon sidles up next to the black dragon. I don't care where the hell we stand, here, and she says, coyly, a bit of mirth in her, I suppose that was probably what you were referring to that you saw in the tomb. And I admit, you were right in that it would be my problem. You were just wrong in that it would be a problem.
The man just looks to her, slowly nods. I suppose.
How do you feel?
The main, like, is about to make a snide remark that she could just, use the ring, but remembers that she doesn't have that anymore. Uh, well, I feel too much and too little at the same time. Feelings are both leaving me, I think, in a. I'm going somewhere. But, well, I have done what I set out to do.
You survived the unforgiving experiment of wizards. You reforged yourself, and you set out, after clawing back into existence, doing many things you never would have considered, many unsavory things, like dealing with me. And ultimately, you accomplished your goals, your dreams. She is dead in, like, since, Nemain is bringing the skull with her.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah.
There.
In your claws, and in the process have secured yourself an eternity to assess how it is you feel and where you will go from here. Congratulations, Wisicatrix, who now styles herself Nemain, Lady of Murder.
Yes. Unforgiving and unforgiven is my treatment. I will continue to deal out twice what was dealt to me, of course. There are many. But yes, I do believe that this moment, at least, perhaps even a couple of moments, can be held for celebration.
When is the last time you've ever celebrated something, Nemain?
Hmm. Well, of course, I have had victories that I have, well, been able to appreciate, but celebrated. Ironically, I suspect it was when I got that statue that started all my suffering all those years ago. It was a sight to be seen, as it was meant to be.
I am glad for you, Nemain, that you have survived that which sought to bring you low, and that you have prevailed and survived against what could have been overwhelming opposition, what was branded and presented, at least to me, as overwhelming opposition. You know, we could have done a lot more in there, right? If there had been two of her, I feel like we could have still survived. It's almost a letdown when you think about it, Domain.
I mean, nuts. I was just coming to the same conclusion. We have grown much. And, well, as you said, I don't know what I expected. I suppose things often end up being much different after so many years of building it up, but, well, it was not as dire as I had feared.
Were we too effective? Was the dungeon you designed with the help of some wizard? Like, would it have been better if we'd given her a day? Like, was it a? Are we just too effective together? Is that why we must be separated from now?
Well, perhaps. I understand you have your own arrangements. Hmm. I will admit, it saddens me that I cannot fight alongside you again. Hmm. As I understand it, I will no longer be permitted. And it's like a snarl almost.
The realm where you are going will be difficult for me to impact, to be sure. Fighting deities is certainly beyond the means of a mere dragon such as myself.
Hmm. Well, our track record would indicate that at least part of God's essence can be fought. Well, I hope that your future looks much different than mine. I think that is perhaps what you would prefer.
It will be lonely and boring. I will try to find some way to manage. You and I did so much together. There are a few examples of where we faltered and failed, but there is no one alive who can recount those experiences except for you and I. Diviners, mighty wizards, grand sages will cast powerful rituals, seeking to consult with the dead and with the gods themselves for information about us and the deeds they will uncover of what we accomplished within our time together will cause them to quaver in fear. We have broken anything and everything that has sought to oppose us. And even now, after this final confrontation, we are still left wanting more.
Investigatrix assesses Emmy, like in perhaps seeing her in a newer light. Hmm. I suppose I imagined you would be less inclined to take it upon yourself to deal with such things. Far from it. Well, I would not say that I have influenced you, but this whole affair, as she gestures around, the pretty fucking ruined room, certainly has brought us too much conflict with the world.
I would not have existed were it not for Yaffle and Hell. You were a dragon before Yaffle took that away. My existence never was. When I started out from the tomb, leaving Besserek, I did it with 3 others, and I had thought, at the end of it all, they would still all be with me. There was only one at this end, and, in many ways, he wasn't ever really here. Instead, I have you, and, well, we have many differences and disagreements, but when we are bound together, I would say that there are witnesses who could attest to how much we've accomplished if only we had left them alive. I suppose Umberlee and Shar and Tiamat will remember, if nothing else. Someone has to spread our glory.
Like the choosy dragon grin. Oh yes, I am sure they will. I'm sure that we will both be hearing from them at one point as well.
She says,
Honestly.
I, I think I'll have the easier time of it, as I am not divine. You, I don't know what sort of. She like wiggles her claw like in the air, like divine bureaucracy you'll be entering.
No. Well, the year I spent in Mechanist was not a great one, I will admit, but if I could claw myself out of the maws of death and then bring it to others, I suspect that I shall learn this other arena as well. After all, we have time.
Yes, we certainly do. You, as a divine, are eternal, and me, as like looks away for a bit, like her face twitching, some blessed nature spirit who will constantly rebirth over the land. Not something I went looking for, but the great it does. She like looks back, Black Dragon, like whatever. He doesn't say whatever, but it's a look of like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, eternal life, that's really what means something. Like, titles.
Yeah. It's all just like a bunch of accolades that have just strung together.
Just like, yes, nature. I love yeah, me.
She says, Green Dragon says, now don't expect me to pray to you, but maybe we'll find a way to keep in touch. Even if it means you have to send something after me to have a chat. Just please inform them not to try and kill me. That would take effort for me to resolve.
I suspect it might not even.
Thank you.
The Stickers will like go over with you through had like put down the ring and pick it up, go back. I do not know that this will work anymore, but well, if nothing else, it can be a token, remembrance. My followers will hopefully be smart enough to not get in your way, and if they do, well, they will learn in the most brutal way that is not a good idea.
They will learn, as everything before us was forced to learn.
I do hear, mind you, I did spend a bit of time in Cormier, that you will be trialing them out at one point.
Yes, this Raedra Obriskir proved herself to be competent enough that she could continue to exist, and that the kingdom of Cormier, freed from Shar's blight, could continue to exist. However, I find it necessary to ensure that Cormier's heirs, at least their next one, remains as competent. And as it turns out, I'm still alive, so I'm going to be doing that. When Raedra Obriskir eventually perishes or retires or whatever they do. If there is a weakling who ends up on the throne, that will be a personal failing on my part, and the Enclave may have to correct that.
If there is a weakling on the throne of Cormier, they will not be sitting there long.
He says, what's going to be happening with your marked final tally loose confederation of pirates and goblins and monsters and Sahagin? What will be happening with them in your absence?
Well, Cassell will continue to rule Westgate, of course. she will have access to at least collaboration with my closer followers. The marked, of course, will still be integrated as a as the guard. As will my aquatic companions. Well, I gave Comir Sembia, though they should remember, once it is rebuilt, to pay the taxes they promised to Westgate. If not, well, perhaps their line's rightful sit on the throne will be challenged sooner rather than later.
There will doubtlessly be complications and strife, but that's for the best. They can't be too complacent. That would foster weakness. The struggle is important.
Yes, well, the goblins, the few, well, they're not few. The ones that have moved to Westgate and the other places are most likely going to stay. I was particularly fond of the chaotic sight of the goblin pirate ships myself. If I was much of a humorous dragon, I think that would be it, but, well, I suppose they will do what goblins usually do when there's no one to smack them around. Perhaps Burr will continue to try and reintegrate them. It is not really much of my concern.
Perhaps we missed out on an opportunity. When we dispatched Evander Highcastle, perhaps we should have had a vessel on which these goblin pirates dwelled, to fling at him.
Yes, it would have been quite amusing. Though Umberlee could not go unpunished for her deeds.
I suppose not, no. Green Dragon takes a claw and like presses it against the older black dragons, like sort of like not like her face, but sort of in a shoulder sort of area. I thought I would have some final words to say to you. You will be pleased to know they are empty, and I will not burden you with any further words, Nabane.
How unusual. What a truly kind gift you have given me.
Green Dragon removes the claw and just breaks into laughter and says, I trust you'll find your own way out. As for me, and she gestures towards the entrance that is up here, I wish to see with my own eyes the remnants of this dungeon you had made.
I think you will enjoy it. I will admit the last part is... Well, I gave perhaps Manchun a bit too free rein, but, well...
Never
was
trust a
busy.
wizard, right?
They have no sense of ambience, it is true.
They find themselves the mash of dragons, but without any of the ability to think and decorate long term.
There was a disturbing lack of any kind of flair. Well, I suppose there was no reason for a horde, but it is unbecoming, nonetheless.
Perhaps he's not the real Minshaw uh, not the real one.
Well, He was enough. If there is one out there that is more, well, let him be out there. I suppose he will continue to slowly take back the Black Network. I'm sure he'll have fun with it. If he is not killed by one of the other. Well, ugh.
The green pauses.
Like, I guess they will all maybe have fun or not.
Looking back and says, "How fitting that at the end we can have a moment talking about wizards, and one of them perhaps having fun. Truly, you have given me a gift, as I have given you one too."
Yes. Well, I'm not sure when you will or I will hear from you, but until then. And, well, I understand that, well, perhaps my followers and your enclave might not necessarily have much of the same purposes, but I understand that, well, at one point I might be able to send a chosen who is more embodied of my will. Be interesting.
It is doubtless they will conflict with each other as well, yours and mine, particularly now that our interests are no longer aligned. It's good. It'll build them up, weed out the weak.
I always liked that side of you the most. And, Caesar, like, turn her back and, like, inspect the chamber. You know, absent-mindedly. How does she get out of here?
The green dragon pivots away from the black dragon and walks through the portal and away. There we go. That was an important bit for us to do together, I think. Now we can go our separate ways, Harry.
Yes, they do.
You wanna take us on, or should I?
Yeah, you can go first. It's all right.
All right. That way you can give some time into thinking about the how does she get out of here?
Yes, I'm like, plain or true.
Imi Zure Leaderthir, a possessor of many titles, slayer of many creatures, leaves the falling down, collapsing, dilapidated remnants of the portal and ends up at the end of the dungeon Nemain and Manchun created to terrorize adventurers and weaken Yaffel's mortal form. Well, like the vessel before the end of the ritual. It's a good time. She finds a great shortcut with a bunch of bell goblins who, upon seeing the mighty dragon, are terrorized and lead her into the back channels and secret accesses that allow her to skip good chunks of the dungeon. She thanks these goblins by not eating them.
She did always like, music. I remember the Sending Stone music, so.
Absolutely. Just the little jingle of the bells as the goblins go out to work and the dragon! From there, she returns back to the ancient tomb that she spent several years in, that Basarek kept the original 4 dragons in, and she takes the time to traverse it, examine it, explore. There is a sense of accomplishment, to be sure. It's not that she's finally free, for she did feel as if the ritual's effects no longer applied to her. But it's a sense of resolution. The warnings and messages hammered into her from the very beginning, from Bassarek's explanation, from Hell's explanation. All of that is finally resolved, and she doesn't have to deal with those aspects anymore. There's also a sense of loneliness. There were 4 hatchlings, 4 little worms, that tumbled out of this tomb to varying degrees. The green dragon, certainly the most reluctant and the most corpulent, the roly-poly she was. And The purple is gone. The red is gone. The blue is mostly gone, leaving the green to reflect on the journey that happened and what was accomplished in spite of the immense effort and the losses. It's there's a bittersweetness there. There's a staring at the places where she saw the wormlings of the other dragons and they're wrestling against the imps and their attempts to escape or explore. And there's words there of, we did this. We accomplished this, as a way to stave off how alone she feels. When she finally leaves, she emerges in the Serpent Valley, transformed and much different than what it was when the wormlings first left the ancient tomb. It's a short flight from there to the Dragon Fane, where an Elder Brass and Elder Gold are conversing with one another. They headed off, at least for a time, and they can both see the difference within the Green Dragon. She's here at the Dragon Fane to unravel a ritual, keeping a Thayan Lich entrapped and entombed. Velignith was a great ritualist and did wonderful work to ensure that would never be unraveled. The Green Dragon does have time, though, and some help. And eventually this Lich, who has waited patiently for ever so long, will be freed, where the Green Dragon bade the Lich return to Thay and deliver a message to the Lich Lord. Yaffle, the former Zolkir of divination, did have a plot to return alive to Faerun after she attempted to slay the Lich Lord of Thay by commanding the blue flame from the spell plague. Her ritual succeeded. It was used in the use of draconic essence, and this investigator Lich was correct in being here, for it is here where Yaffle found the tools and means to return to life and the people. She did come back. She was reborn. And then she was slain. Her soul, should the Lich Lord of Thay be interested, is now in possession of Asmodeus, the ruling archdevil of hell, whose dealings with Yaffle ensured that he would have a spot in divinity. And should the paranoid Lich Lord of Thay's interest take him in needing Yaffle for whatever particular reason, he'll have to seek her out there, in hell. Should any other minions of Thay seek to follow up on an investigation into this region, they will be met with hostility, for the Emerald Enclave is vast and is unwelcoming to those energies of the undead. Still, the Green Dragon is not without mercy, and it is important to preserve messengers, like this one. And so the Lich is not destroyed, but instead sent back out into the world to maybe test the veracity of the Green Dragon's words before realizing everything that's happened in the time since it was imprisoned and finally making its way back to Thay. The Green Dragon thinks that's a good start. Maybe she won't have to think about any more Thane investigators coming over the future. Maybe that will resolve the situation. Though, given the Lich Lord's advertised paranoia, still, there's so many other things to think about, and Thay is so far. That's a good start. From there, the Green Dragon, burning as she is with energy, this fake dragon, as she worried herself to be, incomplete, with 10 draconic essence and the full return of her form, is very much in the spare no expense aspect of her personality. It is a short amount of time later that the expedition force, the aberration creatures from the Mammoth Metropolitas, Metropolis. There we go. That's the correct word. It's good job. You know English. Down below, the Orendal expedition are shattered and broken, their leaders dismembered, and two remaining mind flayers struggling and flailing within the Green Dragon's grasp, trying every power and every trick they have to subdue the Green Dragon. After having seen their hulks, their minions, and their leaders, who are more powerful than them, broken, not just by her hands, but vengeful nature itself, as if the walls shape to her will, and as if the elementals are at her call. You, who dare to crave so much, who seek to transform all, I spare you now, so you may deliver a message to your masters. My name is Imizure Lidrathir. I am a creation of nature itself, imbued with what is necessary to preserve it. My claws and teeth were honed on the abelethic sovereignty, and I sparked such fear with how I poisoned their bodies that the black obelisk vanished from the surface and has gone distant across Toril. I speak to you now, not with idle boast, but with the backing of gods devoted to preserving this land, that you are not welcome in this region. There are many areas that are so weak, that are so ripe for your infiltration and exploitation and your slave shipments, but not here, never here, for this is my realm. And when your minions enter it, they will be broken in a way in which the undead stone giant that once ruled here never could or would. I am the one who slew him. I am the one who broke everything before you. I am the one who cannot be influenced or impacted. I have ended the dreams of gods. I have brought to a temporary halt multiple artifacts. I am Imizure Lidrathir, and I am eternal. And you go now, with my blessing, so that your masters know, and so that they may plot and consider where else they may go. For it is not, and will never be here. And for as much as the abelethic creatures can feel fear, they do. The soulless-ish entities, as they are released from the Green Dragon, and scurry away to deliver the message to their masters. Green Dragon, I've resolved that. Ah, man, what else should she do with her life? There's years spent traversing the entire region of her interlacing and connecting with the land and the people around her, the rangers and the barbarians and the druids, to get a grasp of who everyone is and how they feel. There's a lot of time spent in Naflek City, a place that she never wanted to rule, reflecting on civilization and its perks as she's gently massaged and fed. But there are advantages to keeping them around. Many a monster are cut down, and room is cleared out for Naflek to regrow into a proper Naflan, not a client state of the Emerald Enclave, or really of Imizure Lidrathir, but they would never tell her no. And that makes her happy. She spends a little bit of time as the land bends to her, raising the crater that was teleported into the region up into the skies. A small, island, a personal earth moat, so that she may dwell upon it and survey the entire region to which she feels attachment, that she seeks to defend, so that she may be rebirthed. She pulls out her hoard, all the 2 million remaining gold pieces of it, and all the various art pieces and items she's collected that tells such a rich story of her existence, of everything she fought and slew, from the Serpent Valley forward. And that works out great for a time, until a situation arises where she wants to leave the floating island. And then she starts thinking about, what if a harpy comes up here? Or what if, like, a wizard finds a way to strike this down? Or what if Tiamat regains just enough power to tip the thing, and all the horde falls off? That's upsetting. So then, through Novacree, mighty Novacree's assistance, who it's his own story, what he's managed to do or accomplish in Chesenta, she rips a hole, a portal, into the astral sea, and gets on the process of how mighty creatures of incredible will can create their own demiplanes. And that sounds really great to her. And she occupies herself with that for a long time, building a wonderful, natural thing. And she can just portal back to the island, so that anytime anyone looks up at the island, they can never be sure whether the dragon's up there. And her horde can be kept secret in an entirely separate plane, as it was in the portable hole. That occupies her for a time, and then she starts worrying, well, what if this portal gets sealed off? Well, that doesn't feel good. I mean, surely no one could or would, but Tiamat is out there. Okay. So then she spends time traversing Faerun, creating like little groves and nooks where the land itself yields to her, and anchoring other portals and rifts that she can then link back to her demi-plane on the astral sea, so that if someone ever closes the one on the floating island, if that ever breaks somehow, she'll always have a way back to Faerun so that she can then punish whoever did that. Ha! There we go. Problem solved. Man, that took a lot of effort. Another major thing that happens is her time in Waterdeep, securing the publishing of a book that she worked on editing and re-editing and revising and re-editing, telling the true story of Imizure Ledrathir and Velignith and Tilraxos and the near-forgotten Veristrix, and their time together in the Serpent Valley, of what they were raised to do, what they were meant to be, and what they accomplished together in spite of the odds. It's not the full story of the Green Dragon, but it's a story of them all, filtered through her perspective and her care for the others, but otherwise unvarnished by lies or any sort of fabrication to make things better. It's the truth of who she was and who they were until their separation. And that fills her with joy to ensure that their deeds, what they accomplished, with Hel and Yaffle and the Lich Lord of Thay and an undead stone giant and everything else opposing them, how they stayed together through their own bickering and what they had managed to accomplish. She misses them. There is a brief interaction she had with Tilraxos in the aftermath where she informed him that she was true to her word. When she negotiated, when she made a deal with the Queen of Air and Darkness, there was no timer set on that, but that Tilraxos only had to be around until the ritual was resolved. That he could go pursue his own story up north and the creation of the empire that he so desired. But there wasn't much there for her. For Tilraxos is not Tilraxos anymore. Twisted as he has been by the Winter Fae, it's just not the same. And she misses the idea of Tilraxos and who he could have been, as she misses the idea of Veristrix and the idea of Velignith. With all this effort expended and the 10 draconic essence to reflect on, she finally takes advantage of the great effort of sleeping. She occupies her time by raising half-dragons, never any full dragons. She can't find that she can deal with full dragons that well. in that capacity, as she still harbors some lingering resentment over not being a real dragon herself. But half-dragons, she entertains. She keeps them safe in her own demi-plane, and then tests them out. They have some work to do. You can't just be let to be coddled and weak. They have to go out there, experience things, and make themselves and the world stronger. And with her up there in her floating island or demiplane, no one can really reach her or petition her with their problems or concerns, which is great. Because that sounds like effort, having to hear everyone again. They all die so quick, and there's new ones who's never spoken with her, and so on and so forth. They need to solve these problems themselves. And that's how it is. Missouri Legerthier, the slayer of many aberrations and dragons, the Eternal, somehow this vicious psionic aspect of nature that has been blessed by Sylvanus, the Oak Father, to be present forever, pulls back from the world until such time as it requires her to apply herself once more. And may whoever it is come to regret that day, should it ever come. There we go. I'm done. That was no writing. I thought I might end up writing and taking notes for that stuff. From last week to this. No. I was just off the dome. Your turn, Ari.
That was great. Sorry, I just love the image of like this people in the enclave just, shakingly going to visit. It's this, she'll grow even more. Now she's not being, leeched on. Like this huge fucking green dragon lazily lying there, slowly opening the eye. It's like, oh my, we seek counsel or whatever. And just like,
That's why the floating island's necessary. Like this
Yeah.
green dragon who's become more sinewy and grayish as she's been like fading out of reality for extra speed to cheat. And it's like, look, I gotta get some fucking separation here. Like I can't have every damn petitioner like come to me with a problem. Like you gotta be able to fly or something.
At least, at least.
Does
At least be able to. I met it sometimes, maybe she's been slumbering so much sometimes that there's a little like moss growing, just. Well, no, even the moss knows not to. Nature's like, oh, nope.
does writing the book and such, does that ever, like, does she ever stop feeling that loneliness? Or
No.
is that forever?
That's forever a thing. She had the vision of the four of them being together, and there is always an emptiness in her that it's not that the four like are together but different, it's that they're gone. It was hammered into her the idea that if any of them went, they all would go. And that clearly wasn't true. Like, as it turns out, so many things hell tells you isn't true. Unless they're forced to tell you. The writing helps to keep in her mind the purple, who was being erased, and ensure that the story of all four wormlings is spread across Faerun. There's no need for her to keep the secret now, after all, for the ritual is broken, and no one can unravel her. She wants to keep that spark alive, this old dragon godmother who wanted them all to be together. But just, in a sense, like, she still misses, like, the idea of them.
Yeah.
And what, it's a bit of romanticism there, but she misses the idea of them and what they were meant to share.
The idea that she has of who they should have been.
Yes.
And what they should have wanted. Just like,
her occupations and pursuits help the half-dragon children that she raises to do whatever they want, and then like releases in the world in the hopes of making the world stronger help, but doesn't take away from that romantic idea of what the four of them, the original four, could have been. And that's just also why like she can't feel like the same way towards where Cicatrix turned to Maine. Just she wasn't there from the beginning.
Yeah, there's no romanticism. I feel
No-
like Nemain,
no romanticism.
Nemain much has been on. She might have changed, but the cover is of the book is basically what you're getting.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
like the two have grown together, and they've certainly kicked a lot of ass together. Of that, there is no doubt. But
Mhm.
there's just not a can't miss the idea of the Black Dragon.
I missed back when we were murdering everything just
the
all
whole
the
region
time.
ran out of ass, really, to kick.
Oh man, sad times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Gary, Nain?
Yes, I wrote a little bit. Admittedly, also as Gern said, I contemplated writing an entire Bible, but alas, a week goes fast, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
my head works faster than my hands on the keyboard. Indeed. But I'll start with my little scenes, and then I'll attempt to freestyle it as well. All right. Screen is dark, and we enter a dark room. In the corner is a bed. We faintly see a sleeping occupant in it. Outside the room, we hear the sound of a slurring voice, faintly in the background, accompanied by the deep breathing of a soundly sleeping individual. Opposite the bed stands a small and worn-out wooden desk, illuminated by a ray of moonlight streaming in through a small window. As the camera focuses back on the bed, a shadow is now standing menacingly over it, dark silhouette against the cold moonlight. A whisper breaks, raspy and broken, chanting, "A skull for an eye, a skull for an eye, a skull for an eye." The eyes of the soon-to-be previous occupant of the room opens, confused, horrified, and for a few seconds realizing, before a dagger strikes, again and again, as the occupant desperately tries to fight off the shadow. It ends in a wet sound and the thud of now heavy limbs hitting the bed, and we fade to black. The scene switches to the same room. Now daylight is streaming in through a window. A stout woman in uniform, though a bit disheveled, looks at the scene. With a deep sigh, she finishes writing down her assessments, for a moment pressing her eyes with her hand, dragging it down over her mouth before it forms to a fist. The day has barely begun, and this is the third brutalized and headless victim she has had to inspect. Looking at the emaciated body, it is hard not to pity whoever or whatever they were. She knows, at least, well, one of the victims was most likely part of a local gang, said to be working with the Black Network, but, well, shaking her head, looking to the bed, she takes a deep breath before turning to her officer on duty, barking out a few orders. As the sound slowly fades, as the scene changes again. On the throne of Obadiah sits a figure, literally, a mix between her two forms in life, half drow, half dragon. A ghostly glow illuminates the scene, as a spectre stands before her, speaking in foreign tongues, and seemingly not delivering, as a snap of Nemain's clawed fingers make the skull disappear, the spectre sucked back through the eye sockets. As we zoom out, towering around her, are shelves whereupon skulls sit, row by row, neatly placed in a library of death. It is here she can be found, the Lady of Murder. The new lady, not Lord, of the Throne of Blood, the previous realm of Baal. The knowledge accumulated is vast, yet the collection will grow steadily. One skull, despite having no place of honor, is often taken off the shelves to repeat just one moment over and over. At first, she wanted the number, the plans, to foster her anger anew. Yet, just as the moment in which she got her revenge, the moment in which Yaffle, the Unforgiven, looked at her unknowingly, not knowing why all her plans, everything that she had worked for, sacrificed for. Who was this one thing that stopped her? Unknown to her. Well, it is not really important. Her plans were, after all, not successful. It is why she doesn't have a particular place. Despite the actions of repeating that one moment, she is just one puzzle piece in this library, ever growing. For many people are wronged. And the teaching here is deal at least twice as you have been dealt. And as the followers, the oath takers, more so than cultists, desperate, for whatever reason, to get their revenge at all cost, to deal back what they have gotten. Her library grows. She gives great power. The price is simple enough. A skull, and of course, upon the oath. It is not one you can lightly take. The process is painful, of course, much like the one for the gang she led in life, they're marked. And once it is given, the oath, the service, well, there's truly no going back. It is, of course, your revenge is secured. Well, at least your chances, your odds are highly improved, but not only that, there are guidelines. And one of the first, if you're oath taken, and you meet, see, spot someone who has broken their oath, marked not by, well, the taking of oath, the acid scars, well, they're hard to mistaken. Though if broken, they will discolor, spread, much like the pirates have a dark mark. Well, this will spread and crumble their bodies. And if seen by an oath taker, they must be eliminated. It is unknown, really, how Nemain ends up with the skulls. Of course, they are sacrificed, given, perhaps even placed on an altar now and then, but, well, she collects. Every now and then she finds information, perhaps for a new target, As her power grows, after all, many people are wronged and many people need a little help. It is, of course, always good to have knowledge, for many other beings in the Forgotten Realms are also eternal, or at least live for a long time, and, well, her chosen are not wanderers. They have a clear purpose, a target, and a mark. Much like her current form, they fly on dark wings, though they do not sit. They go where they need to. And then they are gone again. Only for another to be chosen for a task. And well, if they fail, or if the mark is somehow, or target is somehow taken out before they can do it, there are others. There are always others. The list is long and, well, new things are added. Sometimes she thinks to herself, almost fondly, of how it felt in those moments of battle. The blood spraying. Saddened by the fact that, well, she can only really relive it through the skulls in her collection. And though there are many, and most of them very bloody deaths, it is not the same as to feel the lifeblood of someone slowly rushing through her claws. But gods, alas, are harder to kill. It's a good thing that she now has all the time in the world to do just that. And that is what she will do. Keep doing. After all, it is what kept her alive. It is what being alive is. And though she is not mortal, it is the closest she can get to that feeling of being in the battle, of having that purpose, that focus. And it'll have to do. Yeah, that's it.
Right.
How do you Andy, how do you imagine the main is gonna try and find some leverage in, like, what's listen, the last time a god got murdered, it broke the weave, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
like there new rules and strictures, how much effort do you think she spends to, like, how do I find a way around this? Damn it. I'm bored. I wanna kill something.
I think that is her biggest goal, and certainly she has some practice from, studying to edit this huge ritual. But yeah, being, as it turns out, being even the god of murder is a lot of bureaucracy, and you can't just, go about killing everyone. Look where, that god Cyric.
Exactly, yeah.
You
He's been
know,
put in god jail.
God of murder. Hey, eternal god jail doesn't sound great. So she definitely tries to find ways. Though I think how she imagines doing it is much what happened with like, oh, a new Mistra. I don't think so. Trying to influence through basically PvPing other chosen on realms. Making sure that some gods do not gain more power, while she does. Of course, there are less chosen now, which, for someone looking to rise in the ranks fast is oddly, sad.
I suppose the way it goes then is in preparation. Like your character has all this time to say, study the history of Faerun and the planet Toril and Divinity, and go. Sooner or later, some dumb motherfucker is going to make a mistake, and it's going to create
That's
an opportunity.
Right.
And I need to be ready to seize that opportunity.
It's going to be that whole trap machine of like, oh, one thing fall, domino effect. Yeah, but certainly one of her most closest amendments, and something that will definitely spawn a fast deposit of a chosen is magic's gonna keep being wild magic. Yeah, see that. No, they are not allowed.
It sounds like we will have we will in the future of Earth in this chronology we'll have a book by Ari Salvador like against the Dragon Queen or something like that,
Yeah,
but not the one you think.
Yeah,
Elemenster
the other
tries to
Dragon Queen.
Elemenster tries to fix the weave, dodging assassins all the time.
Yeah, I definitely thought of like what kind of figure she would take, and I figured it would be a mix of her dragon form and drow form, just because that is what she walked on when she was immortal, and I think that perhaps people in the beginning would have been the visage, and so she sort of takes shape after what her followers thought.
Does she keep any of the scarring? She's a god now. Like she could appear however the fuck she wants.
I mean, really, she can have multiple avatars at the same time.
Yeah, I think definitely.
It's one of those never forget, like the vengeance and hate.
Exactly,
That's
and to her, like anyone who takes an oath will also be marked, right? That's sort of like the mark is no longer a gang. It is like if you are marked, you've taken an oath to fucking brutally murderize someone who has done you wrong, and there's no going back from that. So you need to be reminded at all times.
So that's what her spin on murder is now. It's not just like a senseless killing, but to like go after someone who wronged you.
Yeah, it's
whatever
sort of like my inspiration was I was like, no, I want to have it sort of be like Nemesis, which is also where I derived the name Nemain. But this is the vicious version of like, it's not an eye for an eye, because that equals some kind of, oh, you took this from me, so I'm going to take the same from you. But that's not really what Risk wanted. Exactly. You're dead skull. Because you did something, and it doesn't have to be big as long as people want it. She doesn't control what they murderize someone over, as long as they want it bad enough. Yeah, I definitely wanted the sort of unforgiving punishment aspect to be more so than just madly murder, because that is not really what she has done either. It's not. I wanted to be purpose-driven. Is that better than Cyric? Maybe. If you're not a target. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to come up with like some kind of symbol. Still haven't really gotten to find that. But one point I might drop a picture in the art or whatever. Once I find out a way to incorporate all the crazy.
2 months from now, the icon for this group DM will be edited. It won't be the Bale like symbol anymore I
Yeah.
put on it. But
Then someday in another campaign, players are going to find a mysterious amulet around the.
Oh God! I want to be the one fast like, oh.
Now you know what you're up against.
it'd
Yeah.
be great if you forgot it though. Like,
Yeah.
who is?
Yeah.
Should I
What
know
is
this?
this?
And
Why is
like,
this?
look
Did I
into
draw
it.
this? Is my art style?
Yeah, 20 years from now. Oh, what is? Oh,
Very
Something about it.
40-year-old birthday.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a long con.
I also loved it was sort of as I just like thought about it, like this picture of just these skyscraper tall shelves just full of the victim skulls that she can, just browse in to
Like,
entertain herself.
anyone who visits your character's plane like just has that to like look forward to, and do
Yeah.
not waste this fucking goddess's time, or your skull may join them.
God,
Yeah,
just imagine
it's,
going there with ethereal vision, though.
Yeah.
Like you see the thousands of
specters.
murdered people
Oh no, yeah.
watching, looking and doing things they would in life. Just this,
The stone giants are gonna like organize to get Obadiah's coming for his throne back.
Even him, he's like, oh God, what the fuck? Ugh.
But if you have any information of where my crown is, I would appreciate that too. Ooh,
You broke it.
I didn't break. Well,
well,
True. The crown.
Yeah.
It's-
Man.
That would be hard for
That's
the
someone
dragon.
else's
I believe it involves something about the sacrificing someone you dearly love or something. So it's not really something the dragon could
Breaking
do.
the
Yeah.
oh
Yeah, it's
well,
not
that's
really
his
something the
heart.
dragon could do. 'Cause it's
The secret
really
trick's just not equipped to
not
do
really
that.
available.
Yeah, I know. It's not even.
Um,
That's like, oh no, sacrifice someone I love. That would tear my heart
Yeah.
apart. It's like there are none.
Yeah.
Well, there's yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting canon, and the Emerald Enclave certainly is more vicious. I dare say maybe a little bit more interesting as a faction than they are in base sort of Faerun, where they're sort of just like, yeah,
think
we
so.
like
I
the
mean-
trees and we're sort of okay with everything. We're sort of nice people.
yeah. Now you have like the background layer of how they've come to be more vicious from
Yeah.
the green dragon that like started off as a mouthpiece for Cinder
Yeah,
Moon,
right.
and then and then basically like everyone else is gone. Now it's just me and Salazar, so it's just me.
Yeah, you have a more active, more vicious Sylvanas, which sort of lends itself to be more of a neutral organization than good, really, given that they sort of can be really on both sides of things, depending on,
I sort of like that also because he got some of the power, like sort of the domain from Umberly also, so it sort of makes sense also in that, like Spectre, of course, Amy also, but it's like, no, yeah, there's fury there. Like you don't. I like
subjugated
that
Umberland.
nature basically says, okay, I'm fucking sick of this. People keep impeding on me, trying to steal my powers for their dumb shit. It's been going on long enough. And even if Emmy takes breaks, the people of the Enclave certainly are a different cut. They're not just, druids
They're-
lying around.
They are still that wide like net of rangers, barbarians, and druids
Yeah.
and other folks who are aligned, but they're also like with Sovereignty 5 and
Exactly.
considering,
They're
the chosen of Sylvanas is there. He's empowered. Sylvanas is empowered. Nature remains pissed. The Dragon King of Termish is gonna hear it from them. Like Cormier's already heard it.
Yeah, and the main, I mean, just the whole situation there is just a plot hook, a new cult is rising somewhere in a city, and you got to deal with it, but they're mysterious. They work strangely. A revenant is on the
Yeah.
loose. taking
I
revenge.
sort of
and
like
leads into some
like
convoluted
the-
plot about Nemain trying to acquire the skulls of some group of people who
Oh,
might
definitely.
have might
right?
have
That's
the
what I mean.
key
Like,
to unlock the secrets of how to kill a god and get away with it.
you know,
what a great adventure!
Yeah,
book,
travel across Faerun
exactly.
as you hunt down these people and try to find the ancient tombs, and yeah, it's got the whole thing.
That's what the like few priests and chosen, right? If there's no one trying to resurrect the god of magic, that's most likely what they're doing, right?
I also imagine
Just-
sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's harvesting information so that the Cicatrix can, continue destroying people.
Probably also become a warlock.
Yes.
You get the power to kill the person you want. In return, you just gotta kill some people that
Yeah.
Cicatrix wants.
Yeah. I also like. Of course, it's obvious. Like, as you're like the adventure class too, right? It's like, oh, you take an oath to, destroy someone or whatever. That I figured there was like, yeah. Generally, probably gonna be striker based. a lot of strikers.
Well, a lot of encroaching on Hell's environment here with the whole oath thing. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
we're usually
Looking
people
for clerics
someone
of the
goes
main.
to.
It's. I've thought of like the like, oh yeah, like whether it should be oath based or like a church, but I figured the church cult. I mean, surely there will rise some, but it's not really an organization. Like, it's very person based, right? It's I want this, I'm going to do this, and it's sort of Nemain, who is, as you say, like the overall plotter of like, oh, since you're here anyway, this person needs to die. By the way.
I had this image while you were talking about the scene at the beginning. It's like of a person, right? I don't know who they are. Some poor slop who's had everything lost to them by some crime boss or something, right? Swearing themselves entirely to Nemain, and in return, what they get is that she possesses them for like 2 minutes. That's how she gets her murder on. Just
that would be great.
finding herself with not with divine power, but with like her knowledge and abilities to just.
Oh no, yes, Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting
You're looking for the
again,
strength.
enabling her to get the blood splatter that she needs.
You'd have
You
that.
seek the strength to slay your rival and those who wronged you. Let me in.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all the word is. Just it'll only take a moment, and then you have that look from the investigator who goes in there and just like picks up splintered bone off the floor, 2 rooms away, and she's like, "Oh my god,
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
this
I
is gonna be a
think the
long
only-
day."
I wanted it. Yeah, just to clean up. I mean, I wanted it to have like the head, like the skull will always be missing, right? If it's because she needs that. And it also, I liked the sort of idea of payment, it's like,
gotta pay the ferryman. Skulls for the skull.
yeah, exactly. You know, and also it's the sort of what can link together. Then you have like the people who'll try and mimic it, right? You're like, oh no, it was done by the crazy murder cult,
Who cares? I
So
mean,
they don't have a head.
it also stops people from speaking to the dead. That's just a fun little side effect. That's a good way to usually.
Who killed it? Well, we're gonna have to bring their spirit out because
Can't
their
speak
skull's
with
gone.
dead. That needs a jaw. So
Yeah, yeah. Well,
yeah.
speak to the body. Just yeah.
All right. That was the epilogues. I think they give good answers as to how your characters have impacted the world and what they're like up to in the next hundreds of years, the next few centuries, and beyond that. I mean, in the realms, who can say?
Yes, I mean, surely soon enough there'll be a 6th edition.
Yeah.
On,
Yeah, considering how everything changes,
Yes.
It's hard to say.
I love the idea of Emmy basically being like, "Yeah, sister, get the fuck out of don't come here." And I was like, "Yeah, you know what? That's nice. I like that."
It's just like, yeah, sure. Like, I could have a lair on the ground anywhere. Like, let's get some separation. Like, it's important for me to see all of the land, and also, anyone who wants to get up to me needs a fly speed. And then, what if I just go hang out on my own demi-plane? It's like, we'll go back to the land. Just a layer of... It's not bureaucracy. I mean, you have to... You could also go talk with Zalaznar, but it's not like Zalaznar flies.
Yeah, just sitting there. He listens. He's a good listener.
Yeah.
I mean, the canon. I mean, I don't want to impede on the canon or anything, but I think like he's spending a lot of time with Veros. They can go have outings together.
I don't think Zalaznar and Veros go like hang out together.
No.
Gildenfire is tired of slow people.
Probably the best way to get an audience with the Green Dragon if you can't fly is to bribe Novacree. You just gotta go find Novacree.
Yes.
No, he doesn't come cheap.
In his gilded ivory tower.
Which he's probably relocated to Jacinta in his whatever he's done with the Book of the Dragon, which the Green Dragon only keeps a passing interest in. Enough to remind him that it's not his.
People would think they were looking at a Dark Sun supplement, seeing the Sorcerer King in his desert throne.
It's also just like I was thinking about, like, oh yeah, the campaign has gone so long, and I was like, oh shit, like Veliknev actually had like a mate and children, and I was like, well, I didn't even consider that. It was like, and then I was like, they're dragons. This is dragon stuff. Like, it doesn't really count as anything. They're dragons. They need to deal. This is how it is. Especially for like a black dragon, like from the perspective of a black dragon, which I'm partial to. It's like, yeah, they all fight all the time. That's.
As a reminder, Ari, you joined this in session 62. For 2 sessions, Sheep and I were alone before you became a part as the sneaky black dragon were Cicatrix. That is, we ended at session 150.
Yeah.
Really, for
Didn't
most
quite make it to 100.
Yeah. Yeah.
62, huh? Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Now I think we can probably begin to transition into more of a meta discussion.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do your interview.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, gotcha.
about the thing. So the reason I want to talk about a little bit of feedback before we get into what I have dubbed the nostalgia high, at least for myself, is because right now we might not yet have those rose-tinted glasses as much. So the first question here will be mostly for you, Grimmith, because Ari wasn't really here. But when you think back to the early game, and I'm talking just the first 10 levels, right, which is still quite a lot of game. Is there anything that stands out now? Sort of looking back.
Yes. And it's... there are like specific moments for it, which you can be fishing for, but it also is a broad tone, which leads into which will spill into some of the criticism that I may offer. But I will keep it to like pinpoints of things. The character interaction drove me. We have like the wrap cloth and cairns or struggle with the promised passage, and how we're going to delve down to there. The hags with the lizard folk, Floria, Hiss, and Druma, and the dealings that Druma offered. The gardener, whom I befriended and made use out of, the squabbles with what would become of Worm's Hamlet, and what would befall Elm, and the sort of prodding that I did, Veristrix picking up a spell scar. The struggling that we did combing through the Serpent Valley, and what we ended up playing against each other to survive the ogres and the 3 hill giants, combining with the stone giant bureaucracy, Ophisterelix. Yeah, like the first 10 levels, that does resonate with me. But then again, you are dealing with someone who does have a strong memory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There is a lot there.
What would so the tone of the game, and I can talk a little bit about the design decisions, right? Of the early game was very much a struggle to find a place in the world.
they struggled to find a place in the world using the Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition rule set. We did a lot of combat. We did a lot of trying to find places to call our own and home with entities that didn't really know what the fuck we were doing and how it was that we were unified together, and so we're blindsided by the concept of these 4 chromatic dragons working together.
Mhm. Beyond that,
And
it was also meant to be a time where a lot of the themes, a lot of the major groups of threats that sort of would be targeted in the campaign were presented. And of
Yes.
course, I say some of these things, of course, with the caveat. The big elephant in the room, if you will, is that the original group, we only have Grimmeth left, and that of course impacted the. I mean, what I thought this campaign would be couldn't be what it ended up being because everything sort of had to shift direction.
The Thayans were lurking out there. We had to deal with that Thayan apprentice and the excavation team out of concern that more serious threats would come as a result of that. The giants, of course, that were lurked out there. Hell, we terraformed what was present in the Serpent Valley, from the Spellfire cultist to the Shadow Monks to the wizard who wanted to move in to the giants themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the mid game suffered a lot from slowdown. I was trying to find the pace again after losing a lot of players really, and introducing a new one, and sort of moving from some threats like the Winter Fae, that was going to be a theme given to Roxas's backstory, and sort of finish some of these threats a bit hurriedly and move on to others, which I think gave everything a little bit of a fragmented feel. Ari, you can really weigh into this too, because this is what you came into. So if the early game's feeling was that of trying to find a place, carving out things, constantly being challenged because things don't want dragons here. Every spot was filled, if you will, and sort of you had to clean them out to have room. The mid game became a bit of a chaotic mess. We skipped a lot of time there. We began introducing the rain system, which I'm sure we all have thoughts on, and. In my mind, at least, it's a bit of a mixed bag, I'd say. What do you two sort of overall?
It's a bit harder for me, I think, to separate, because I've had both the confusing of joining, a vast world. Not just suddenly, I think, because it had already moved into rain, and so the world wasn't, a valley and the surrounding area, but the actual, Dragon Coast. It's a bit. When I think back, it's a bit hard to separate, like, my struggle as finding my place as a player, and the overall time. I think definitely rain has its strengths, but also certainly having, I think, the dragons being further from each other, just distant-wise and like faction-wise, also made it harder to unify and reason, because you didn't always have that thread together to sort of tie them together, and I definitely struggled with transferring from like the normal games of like, yeah, we had an adventure party, we have a mission, and we all need to go after it, and suddenly being in a situation where it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit about what you're doing. I'm doing this thing, and it's like, oh, how, how do this? And I'm not sure what Grimace, like, I don't know if it has been made easier perhaps by also being there from the start and sort of having that be built up, right? All these dragons have their own goals because they're dragons, and they want different things. But it was definitely weird joining in that kind of dynamic, and it took me a while to sort of be just a bit comfortable with it, I think. But again, like I don't think there's ever a joining in the middle of a game. At least it's very hard to make that transition in any story sort of be without its bumps, right?
You joined in the middle of Paragon tier. Session 62 was after our last rating. Sheep and I had played 2 sessions, 60 and 61, just the 2 of us, and Manikai had introduced the rain rules, which resolving conflicts and situations with the document that I was given, and seen as is radically different. It created a lot of frustration isn't the right word so much as a disconnect with how I had 2 separate like toolkits for resolving situations. And the paintbrush of Rain is fine, and I can work with visualizing that, the one roll engine, even though there's a lot of rolls to resolve situations, just one roll for each like particular like thing. It left the Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition toolkit that we had used for all the other time in gameplay, like dusting, and just fell into like unuse, and that never stopped happening, even like through the mid game into the late game. Like the 4E toolkit just stayed by the wayside. We dusted it off every now and then, and it just went back into the cupboard. As for like the mid game stuff, like that time we were introducing like the wasted wheat with the sort of like what I ended up inspiring. We had the various cult of Nobanian, like ancient enigma. We had the fire giants. Rearman Fear was introduced, and then of course sometime afterward, Valignith ended up captured and almost killed by those shape changers, and we spilled into the Westgate Guild War, and so on and so forth. But that time was a period of disjointedness, both due to the introduction of one player, the loss of Valky, Jonas not joining us as we had prepared for him to join us, and just like an entirely like different rule set as we changed like how we were telling the story of the game.
Yeah.
I like how to recommend to do that better is complicated, as the fact that the game did continue is something to be said. But Rain is definitely a different experience in Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, and this did stop becoming a 4E game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly, as someone who is very bad at making decisions without having thoroughly analyzed everything, I certainly struggle with an open world concept a lot, because I certainly get stunned. Luckily for me, Grimace is very good at compelling, and I definitely found the mechanic of having that compel being very important, especially for me in like the open world stuff, because it made me have to make some decisions instead of trying to analyze everything, which is very hard when there are so many, just so many different factions, so many things that can happen, and then on top of that, dice rolls that have a very big impact. As Gurren said earlier, like not necessarily one dice roll, but I mean, some of the like defensive roles and such, if you had like one good policing roll, right, that certainly goes a long way. Whereas in direct combat, it's more back and forth, which might also be a thing about Rain, I think. I think there might be, at least in my perception, a bit of a skewer in the power of the different roles. Like some seem to, at least in this context, have just been a lot stronger. But yeah, I definitely felt like in later game, and I think this mostly happened after Valignith sort of became an NPC, but we moved into having the lieutenants. And I think, I don't know. I don't know if it would have worked if we had done it sooner. Again, then suddenly you would have to need 2 NPCs and such. But it certainly made it more possible to go back to 4E every now and then for a combat, whereas I certainly felt locked out of that option, just because even if I know that the other dragons would have been like, yeah, just go for it, just have that combat. I don't feel very good about spending, at least an hour of a session just doing combat on my own. I love 4E. It's my favorite Dungeon and Dragons. Certainly, I've only played 2, but I love the strategic combat. But a downside is also that the combats can take a long time, which is fine if you're having fun. But I don't want two of the 3 players to sit there and start looking at other stuff, as it is hard to keep concentrations in those situations. I really found it was great once we started playing the NPCs. I enjoyed that a lot. It was fun to get to play different NPCs also, I thought. And sort of, I guess it's sort of also how I got introduced to this campaign by, getting handed like, oh, here is a couple of lines about this adventure. This is what they care about. Now, run along into the world. I really enjoyed that, and it certainly made it a lot easier for me to use my dragon as opposed to my faction in confrontations. So
We lost one of the concepts that you had presented, which had hooked me to the game, which was the idea of adventurers raiding lairs. After that second Curse of Lethargy, which saw, we never, Valky just, left the game, and we know why, and Jonas never came back, that was just shelved too. And that was an aspect of the game I enjoyed. I was glad for that. That's part of what brought me into the game. And it didn't come back until the end, when Ari and you crafted a dungeon.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that whole system, and
it was so good.
there was the plan to do it every time. But there definitely was I think it's just that was probably a different thing. I don't remember the exact reason we just moved on. But the adventure system definitely should, I think honestly that was one of the homebrew things that worked really well. And if we slowly transition to talking about Rain here, I'll say we've used it now for a long time, and I've always ever felt it was a patch solution. I hoped it would resonate well because it seemed like an easy solution, but when I planned this campaign, I knew, of course, that there would be some really long-term play, which Fourth Edition doesn't really have any way to solve. I thought about some homebrew stuff. I look at different systems for doing something like this, and I sell the Rain simply because I thought it would be sort of fast and easy. I didn't anticipate how much time we'd end up spending on it, though. In hindsight, I probably would have honestly built my own solution. That was more melded to get other things.
I did not dislike Rain, but it was definitely a clear gear shift, not just towards telling long-term storytelling, but the tools we ended up using to solve problems.
I don't dislike. I feel maybe someday I'll try the actual game, sort of give it a chance on its own instead of just sort of mangling, ripping out apart. Yeah. And it's made to be modular. It's one of the selling points. Like you can put it into any game, but I do think we probably also didn't go as deep into it just because I didn't want to spend the time sort of fully engaging with the system.
Right. All we ever got was the document you had prepared, and we're leaning on you to flip through the rulebook.
Yeah, and if I had to do it again, I'd probably do it a more organized transition. There's a lot happening in the mid game. Honestly, it's the part of the game I'm least satisfied with. The early game, I felt like I had a lot of control. I felt like things were on I was going to say on
On
rails,
track.
which it definitely wasn't, but you know, things were going according to plan, and then those plans had to change. The late game then, when we enter into Epic Tier, was a chance for me to sort of reconnect, because they're the players you decided on your Epic Destinies, which very clearly said sort of this is the area of the game I'm feeling connected with, and that I wanna continue pushing a bit. I reassessed things and said, okay, what are the powerful threats that are still here? Which plot threads do we have still loose? You know, what can we do? And there were ups and downs, I'll say. There were moments that I really enjoyed, and there were moments that I look back on now and go, I didn't handle that very well. But what are your thoughts on our Epic Tier stuff from the beginning of Epic Tier, back when we had Malignant and all the way to
You want to go, Ari?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm sitting here like, who goes first? You know,
I mean, I can if you want some time to ponder.
No, I have opinions, certainly.
All right.
I really liked Epic Tier. As you say, I felt like there was a refocus, certainly, of what the priorities were. Felt like it was a bit less messy. Not that the world was less messy, as in later tier we had all the sort of transition through, you know, the second sundering, and I found that to be very interesting. It's almost certainly like we moved into a period, especially later, where it was more us influencing the world than the world like punching us in the face. Of course, every now and then being punched in the face by you know, undead giants and such. There were a lot of frustrations with some of the situations, but I don't think that was like a problem in the setup. I think, you know, when you feel powerless to stop something, and I think that is a thing, right? When you have a bigger open world, certainly in a 4E only based campaign, you go, you know, from mission to mission almost, right? And you're a full party usually with a party dynamic. You know, you have the healer, the tank. It's very sort of MMO almost, and you travel from place to place, you know, dealing out whatever justice, and it's sort of more, I suppose, scaled. Whereas, of course, the monsters here are scaled, but it's also like, yeah, I mean, this guy's not going to be level 9. He's a legendary creature or whatever. So I definitely found that challenging also, sort of trying to balance that from again playing 4E and just, you know, punching people all over as we sort of did here in the end. Again, as I said earlier, I really loved the lieutenant parts. Always a fan of getting to play different characters, really, and but I definitely liked the refocus. Of course, my character, until the whole ball thing, which I really, you know, almost fell into. I didn't plan on becoming a god. That was not my epic destiny either. Though it fitted. My character is probably the easiest to sort of fit in. It's like, hey, I want to, you know, get stronger and slay powerful things. So I found it was sort of easy for me to go along with the others a bit. On the other hand, until the ball thing that sort of focused me in a personal quest, I also sometimes felt a bit lost because I was just like, yeah, you know, you guys are going to do that. Yeah, I'm up for murder. You know, let's do it. But finding it a bit hard to sort of get my own direction going in that, certainly. Because I didn't have, like, my final enemy was the final boss, right? Which I didn't have the like, oh fuck all aberrants or glory to Tiamat. My thing was fuck Yaffle, and as it turns out, she was dead, and so was the people who helped her. So I definitely found that a bit harder to deal with, I think, just throughout the game. In relation to like I definitely would have liked the dungeon part. I think we also talked about it being hard to plan because like moving into late Peregrine epic tier, the supply of epic heroes certainly gets harder and harder to come by, and also justification for them being there. Also because we sought people out, I suppose.
I don't know. I disagree with that part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was certainly prepared to entertain all comers, and my character was like certainly dickish enough to warrant people coming after her. That's why I had my whole fucking Mesoamerican step pyramid there.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking cut. I rolled tens to make this happen.
Yeah.
Vertical layer. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly something I will take away from the campaign and say that, something like that is fun to me at least, and to I think at least to you too, right? As to how that went. Grimmith, what about your late game before I continue on to that?
Yeah, so our late game when we transitioned to Epic Tier was session after session 106. To recap, like what that was that happened, I was giving tribute to Umberly at the time. Iron Obelisk sightings have stopped with the appearance of the fleet of Umberly. Severius had sent black dragons to visit the Dragon Fane looking for Resicatrix. Right around that time, I had a conclave meeting in which my character nearly died, just to witness the pain that was in Cinder Moon's brain. We had Dog Kong, Veyros Fire Shield, Zethus Din, and the Night Masks, Yinka milling about. And then we just spun out from there with how we mobilized and prodded at things. We lost sheep in the session 120s. I would have to take a look specifically in my notes, and that was pretty transformative. That was after the Tomb of Kisan Rathazar. That was after recovering the King Killer Shard, which seemed like a pretty interesting story moment. But session 121, sheep left us on an indefinite hiatus right at the end of last year, and we transformed the game from there as it meandered through the rest of the sessions. During this time frame, we told a lot storytelling wise, and now and then we dusted off our 4E toolkit for combat purposes. I think the riskiest situation that happened was Ares' character, Resicatrix, fighting the High Priestess of Bane, who could stun her but failed to stun her at any moment, which could readily have resulted in her character
Hey, I
being
had
removed.
one thing that could perhaps stop that from happening, but yes, that was.
Yeah. As my character in typical, do I really need to apply myself fashion, provides a distraction and then runs. We certainly did take some risks along the way in the mid and late game with some of our choices in our role playing and our foolhardiness and our separateness, which I would not do take backsies on, but definitely did happen. And the late game was, we dust out the toolkit, we use 4E for a little bit, we put it away, we do some role playing, we do some storytelling, we maybe dust off the 4E toolkit. All right, now we got to fight in Baldur's Gate. All right, cool, we did that. Let's put the toolkit away. Oh, we got to fight the Sky Kraken. All right, let's dust off the toolkit. Let's put it away. Evander High Castle. Okay, we dust off the toolkit. We did that. We put that back, and then we go on. It was all right, cool. We're leveling up our characters every few sessions. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. What does my character do? I could not tell you right now, with my good memory, having played the last session of the game at level 30 with that combat, what powers my character all has, as noted by the fact that 20 rounds in, I was like, oh yeah, I have this brilliant recovery power. I can't fathom what my character does. That's a problem. I can't.
Yeah.
Ari enjoys the tactics of 4E. I can't tactics if I'm like.
Just gotta say, I do, and as you say, that is a struggle when you don't use the system for so long. Because I was also like, oh no, yeah, they should have had -5 to their saves and all this other stuff, not being able to regen and.
And I didn't even scoop in like all the various wondrous items that Ari chose to buy. I kept it like simple in that regard, and I'm still like,
God,
what do I do? Like,
the amount of
a,
switching and rebuilding I've done.
we had an advantage largely in being able to pick and choose our encounters and blow everything in a fight, or sometimes 2 fights. But what it resulted in was me not being entirely sure what my character could do, and also me like exiting combats going, wow, I could have done more. My character was not remotely pushed to the limit.
Yeah.
As was the case with what happened in that last fight. Could that have been harder with our different choices? Yes, but what it resulted in was, wow, Ari, we fucking kick ass, and we clearly see how much better we could have done, so I don't feel great about our performance.
Yeah.
Do you feel great about our performance after that last fight, Ari?
Yes and no. I mean, we did it, but I certainly have the like, oh man, there were so many things that, I should have done or could have done.
There weren't
But
even
but
tactical
also it
errors.
also makes me think, like, as someone who hasn't really DM'd, I was like, I mean, only this dungeon, which I certainly also, as curious, like, would remark sometimes, like, yeah, you didn't think that, you should have done that. And I was like, oh yeah, shit, I completely forgot they could do that, right? I was like, in my mind, I also had the meta perspective of, like, how many times as a DM do you forget the awesome power that you gave someone, and then after you're like, ah, fuck.
And I have to imagine that presented problems for you, Manikai, in being a DM for those fights, because if we're having trouble remembering all of our shit, like, what are you gonna do, like, with remembering all of our shit?
Oh, I couldn't remember your shit at all. But that's okay, really, because neither would the enemies necessarily know what's going on. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that the final battle we had, the game told me straight out, no, you can't do this. This is unfair. This is impossible. It's never gonna work. But alas, I think having looked at your stats and abilities, if I took the 3 strongest creatures in the game from across all the 40, that might give you a run for your money. But
that my weakness is my will defense.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
there's no way for me to buff it.
And certainly when I designed the game, right, I thought the battle here would be much harder. Because the game told me it would be, right?
We also did prepare a lot.
Yeah, that's the case, right? The thought was always the dragons will want to, from design perspective, right? Now we're talking all the way back before the campaign began, that the dragons will want to kill Yaffle as soon as possible, right? Just that seemed logical to me. They would try to set it up and try to get rid of her. However, their power increase over time would be greater than Yaffle's, which means that if they waited and survived for long enough, they would eventually surpass her as a group in power, right? Because she gained levels slower than they did. Incentivizing actually finishing the campaign rather than ending it immediately at first opportunity. Because then you would have faced an Archmage with a little bit of dragon powers, but still an Archmage while you're not that yourself.
It's Master Diviner.
Yeah.
And maybe that would have, like, maybe we could have finished it sooner, but the obstacles in front of us to do that were epic in nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on purpose, right? Because the idea was that the game would continue for a while.
Absolutely. As it turns out, hell and then this undead stone giant interfering with the ritual did both.
God,
Yeah.
I hate
They were
that stone
complications that required us to have more power to resolve.
Yeah.
Fuck
That said,
that guy.
I mean, I think if I had to be blunt, right, I think most of the problems with this game is in the concept of what this game tried to be. In that it was a game about dragons being dragons. Fourth edition was chosen because it was a system that allowed a power scaling from the beginning to the end that would give a writer sort of feeling of being a young dragon to a really great dragon than most other role-playing game systems without me having to like invent a whole new game. Reign was chosen because it allowed us to play over more than a century of time, which generally these games don't really let us do. The incidental random sort of combats, players choosing their own fights, was mostly because they could fly and were dragons had draconic interests rather than going around on an adventure. So really, most of the problems stemmed from what kind of story this is. Really, because we were using the systems that these games give us, and we're saying no, that's not what we're just not going to do that. What you want us to do, we're just going to do this other thing that we're doing because it's a story we wanted to tell. Now, when we started this game at session 0, I asked each player, what's the goal? Like, what do you want out of this game? And I've tried to whenever I felt like I was floundering or that I didn't really know where to go with things, I would look at these goals and say, okay, is there a direction we're going to accomplish these goals? And then try to realign. So let's honestly go through them here and just talk, see how many of them we accomplished. So I figure at this point they're pretty universal. So the first one, dungeons. We wanted dungeons. We wanted to have them. We wanted to run them. And at first, it seems like we accomplished that goal. We sort of talked a little bit about it already, how we fell away from it. And that's sad. I would have liked more. And I think you two would as well. So I think we'll say that on like a sort of accomplished. We tried it. We liked it. We didn't get tired of it.
Would have needed to lease manpower to run more dungeons.
Yeah. It
Certainly, especially now that we're 2, it
it gets hard with the heroes and such, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's hard to suddenly pick up at level 22 level 21 heroes and run them.
Subcontracting of other folks to temp adventurers would have been
Yeah,
necessary.
you could have done a thing. Sure, Isaac Cow and such might have joined us, but
I was gonna say,
in hindsight, I think it would have gone. I think I'll call that one. Yeah, all right, we did it. I liked it. I think I'm happy to have tried. The campaign included. The next one is there was a desire to feel powerful and influential, as a great dragon should. By the end of the game, it's Jonas who said he wanted to be able to point at the world and make it quiver in fear. So do we feel now at the end of the game that we have had that power arc of?
Frankly, it could have lasted longer. Like I think Ari and I could have done another 20 sessions of pointing at the world and making it quiver.
I was gonna say, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean the world is running out of guys, but
Yeah.
we just blitzed through epic tiers so fast.
Yeah,
How quickly we were leveling up that if we just didn't have the time to soak in that we were great dragons. Much of my time is spent thinking back in the game and oh no, I'm in hell mode without actually being in hell.
Yeah. I definitely felt powerful and especially again, it makes sense that during the Second Sundering or whatever, also in universe, that is a time where things are massively impactful and change a lot, and I certainly feel like we did a lot to change what happened there, and I enjoy in my mind being able to look back and be like, yeah, this is a different version of the Forgotten Realms that potentially I could play or DM a campaign in, where this is the canon.
And how easily, based on the storytelling with the dice thus far, how that could have been different without our interference.
yeah.
Because most notably, the darkness that was falling across the land, and the shadow weave that was set to form because every other powerful mage just fucking fell apart.
Yeah, I mean,
Everesca would have been breached without, direct intervention.
well, we'll
Oh,
say
yeah,
that
there
one,
would have been broadly
we'll say
fucked.
that goal is accomplished then.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think so.
All right. The next one was a story where the characters are dragons and feel like dragons in the way that you don't forget that they are. Do you feel like your characters are dragons? Well, beyond nature, spirit, and god of murder, I suppose.
As much a dragon as a dragon being created by like this sort of thing and wrapped up in like the 4E adventure stuff can be. Yeah, I worked pretty hard to create a dragon who felt like a dragon. I feel like I did that.
Yeah, I think my situation's a little bit different. Again, my dragon isn't really usual. I think I probably feel less like a dragon, which is also a bit reflected in her being so comfortable with her drow form, right? Because it's not really important to her anymore.
Your dragon wasn't a fake dragon. Your dragon
Yeah.
was a dragon until broken by Yaffle.
Oh, the other
Yeah,
way
exactly.
around.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of a funny perspective of like, as Grimmith would also, it was like the contrast of like keeping everything in the horde, and Vesicatrix just again having that one goal, just liquidizing everything to further her goal. There's no nostalgia. Oh, this thing I had, no, it's gone. I need the money.
I had prepared this image. This is my other items section of my magic. Those aren't the ones I have equipped. That's just the other magic items.
Yeah.
And you can see the few that I bought with like the different layout, and all those are Manakais.
Yeah. I bought a lot. I don't think I have many of those cards that Manakai originally gave. So I sort of like also the different perspective. I definitely also felt like both Velignif and Emmy, which are the other dragons that I most interacted with, had that core of being dragons. The compelling, certainly Emissary is like sometimes less fair, like, no, that's not really my concern. I'm a dragon. Was very enjoying and at times frustrating.
Better believe I fucking embody that. Like, there are so many other powerful entities, like, in this
Yeah.
world. Why does this have to be my problem?
Yeah, well, it makes perfect sense, right? Like,
which then results in, like, okay, how do you motivate the adventurers to want to go do things if one of the adventurers' attitude is, someone else can take care of that?
yeah, it's just not my problem. What are you talking about? Yeah. I definitely felt that, like, sometimes we had, again, when there was something agreed upon, there's a great momentum, right? And I think in the later game it was like, it also went so fast because the dragons actually were like, oh shit, we need to do something. And it turns out that Striker and Defender dragons are a pretty good team. Somehow our powers also seem to line up. That was not really... I didn't make a crit build to specifically cater to Grimace, Jazz Hands, unconscious people,
We did not really intersect at all with, like, power design and choices. We did not collaborate.
I attempted to make someone who could, get use out of the sneak attack ability, because daggers are awful, by myself. That's the extent of my build thoughts. It is, how do I get sneak attack without a companion?
And I wanted to create a dragon, the sort of thing that adventurers go, fuck yeah, I want to fight a dragon, and then you say, how about this one? And they go,
that is the effect she would have on me, yeah. I have played many a character in the past, and I've seen a dragon, like, I want to flip that thing on his back and tell it to give its horde. Emissary I might go, let's try diplomacy. Let's try diplomacy. You know what? Maybe we'll talk.
Yeah. And she would be the correct dragon for that. Yes, we'll roll out of it.
I certainly feel like that goal was accomplished. I also like, I don't know if this is the next question or whatever, but I know that you've been like, yeah, this will, if I ever have in like GM and there are dragons, I certainly feel like I'll have a lot to build upon in just, they're not just even evil dragons, they're not just out there, well, except if they're Vesicatrix, out there murdering people for fun. They have their own goals and they have their own perspective of like, is this even worth doing? Like, what do I get from participating, right? And
It's
I really like that.
in regards to the well, we'll get to that. Anyway, I was about to say something. Look down my list here. I'm jumping ahead. All right. Grimmith, I think you were the one who said we wanted to tell a story that we had not told before.
Yep, that was the hook that brought me into this when you pitched this campaign to me. That's what I came into this group DM with over 3.5 years ago. Like Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, broadly Dungeons & Dragons doesn't really do it for me anymore. I've just grown past the system, and I don't find it that compelling, but this was a story I was like, I haven't told that before. Fuck it, I'll tell that story. And yeah, I've told a story I haven't told before.
I said this a little bit to you guys, but I feel like this was a story for me as a DM, but also an accomplishment, a project that at times was it's difficult, but that I now can look back at and say, man, what a, it may not be perfect, but we made something here. We made something. That's
Made it.
That's something. So certainly from a DM perspective, I've never DM'd anything like this ever, and I mean, how could I? I'm gonna do another dragon campaign? Probably not.
It's gonna take a while. I feel again. This campaign has certainly given me a lot different perspectives. In our other, like, we have a home game of 4E, right? We sort of travel around, solve problem, and then we're on solving the next problem. But you never really linger and see the effects at the places because you're busy going to the next place. Whereas here, with the rain system and also having this extra time, you actually see the changes as they're happening over longer time. Which I found is certainly nice. You get that progress feeling, but also just, oh hey, I impacted the world and I didn't just murder someone and then leave. So in that way, even though I wasn't there in the beginning, I do feel like I've gotten very different things in this campaign, and I really enjoyed that.
Then the last goal was to experience the long-term consequences of plans and actions on a draconic timescale. Yeah, Ari, you pretty much just said it.
I did it,
and I did earlier. I think that that was one of the design goals, right? To have this draconic timescale, and I think one of the reasons this game felt at times very strange and disjointed was that timescale, because the systems are simply not made for it. Yeah. That said, I agree with you. Also said earlier how maybe I already did, how impactful actions have been, and seeing the consequences first. Do you have anything to add to that?
Nah.
All right. Well, then comes the always fun thing when you've done exam and you got a middling grade. Why don't you two tell me that if I was going to do this again, or someone else was, maybe a viewer was like, I could do this better. Was going to do this. What's the piece of it? What should be done differently? What should get another time in the design of it?
You want to start us off, Ari?
No.
All right. All right. So, first thing. This campaign nearly came apart in the first year that we were doing it. Jonas did leave the game due to like business and design concerns. This was a time commitment. That being said, if players are motivated enough to do this stuff, they can find like considering like the free time people can have and what other role-playing opportunities can be, there could have been ways for us to keep 4 players. One of the problems we really had in our disjointed nature as players was actually having the dragons harmonious. It took a lot of effort to keep the game intact after Jonas left, and concerted like focus from the players in that harmony. And even then, like there were times where we became disjointed and fell out of harmony. Like we didn't have harmony, and that wasn't a matter of us playing like chromatic dragons. Like dragons, given their nature and what they are don't do this whole collaborative experience, even if they are good. Like it's just something that's not written into them from the Dungeons and Dragons experience, and it's something like broadly not thought of them as the team of dragons, like working to accomplish a goal over a long term. We had our compulsions as players, and just look for examples like Jonas's character and Sheep's character getting into a combat which kind of resulted in a slap fight, but that did happen. Or Valky's character finding a path to power with a spell scar, and how my character ended up reacting, or my character's sort of laissez-faire let someone else like attitude like towards things resulted in like an idea of, or a sense of like laziness, instead of my character like just how we wanted to tell the stories of these various things were in conflict, not from the start but near that. And if you were to run this again, there would need to be the sense in mind of, with the Throne of Night campaign, those horribly evil drow had a sense of like motivation, and while they were disjointed to some extent, like they could work together, collaborate to get shit done. Us being collaborative was a rough spot, and even then, those things fell by the wayside. I killed Ophisterelix. That was a problem for Sheep, and like how Sheep wanted to roleplay Valignif, and that changed like us moving forward. Like stuff like that bleeding through in our storytelling. And that would be something to be throw back into the lab.
Yeah. Perhaps you could even take some inspiration from Throne of Night and say, well, so what worked there was that if nothing else, all the characters had the common value that family was important and was something to be valued. Right? Rillinid, even if he was a bastard, wasting all our resources, would always be family. And that put him above everyone else. So probably you could have done something, have the devils be more cruel, perhaps push the players together early, some way, sort of us against the world in a way. Yeah.
So that would be one like criticism to throw back in the lab, to get players like understanding coming into the game to be in harmony as players with that regard, because we all fell like out of harmony together, and that this harmony did threaten to end this campaign much sooner.
Yeah.
A different criticism is one that I brought up earlier in this interview process, and it was the Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition toolkit that we used extensively for the first 57 sessions. Session 57 was the last one. Valky was absent that day, and Sheep and I explored Ophisterelix's lair. Hell, you even have that map available on that sidebar. It's back where I still have like the old token still. And after that session, once we got done with the lair diving that we did do, we never got to see Valky's lair due to reasons that we know. We then transitioned into Rain, and we sporadically pulled out the 4th edition toolkit. And what would need to be known for a future campaign like of this, if this were to be run back, is that you're not just going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition. 4E by itself can help you tell stories, but it cannot be the guideline for how this story is going to be told, given the qualities of this story on the time scale and how downtime is handled. And so, get comfortable with being a bit hazy on what your character can do. Unless the party actively works to resolve situations as, like, with each other instead of with their companies in combat situations.
Yeah. Honestly, Rain might even have some answers to some of these things, but beyond that, it's just many people would say it can't be done, but there's a part of me that believes that if you just worked hard enough on the problem, I could have figured something out that was workable. Had I foreseen this the years before we actually played the game.
A third criticism, I would say, perhaps this is a testament to the passage of time, perhaps this is a testament to Ari and I's greatness, perhaps this is a testament to everyone forgetting what our characters could do. I stopped feeling challenged playing this character for some time. I cannot remember the last time I ran out of resources. I can't remember I know my characters went unconscious, back in session 2, for example, and there must be other instances of that. I can't bring them to mind. We took, hell, even at the end, a counter that was mechanically illegal to do with just the striker until Rax is a striker and my defender. And I walk out of the combats with multiple powers unspent, magic items that I had that just weren't, like, resolved. Yeah, like, there was no, like, compulsion for me to focus back in and zone in on what my character could all do, because it wasn't necessary. In that extent, I mirror my character's no effort wasted there. Like, why do I need to learn, like, the full tactics of 4E and try to embody everything my character accomplished? Think of how many magic items Ari bought and how she spent her dragon hoard to what I actually did as far as, like, consumables concerned. Healing potions? No, that ain't for me. This frozen, like, whetstone that I just bought here was specifically for this one-time thing. I end with over 2 million gold pieces, and that immense hoard of magic items, not even counting the ones I have in use. Treasure wasn't a problem, it's just a matter of I don't have to spend everything to get the task done.
I hope you don't feel bad about me giving some answers to these.
Absolutely not.
For posterity and revealing this. But yeah, I definitely one of the things there is that fourth edition is like expecting you to, be in a dungeon. And we haven't really been, because I could have probably just not cared so much about the war, but it's hard to justify why the dragons would go into a situation that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be a more dungeon situations, but
the last dungeon thing we did was Kison Rathazar, the Topaz Dragon, and the last real multi-session fight thing we did was partly relieving the siege of Suzail Marsember. When we have one combat and we've only got the one combat, we did have two combats at the whole crater with what happened there with that ritual.
Yeah.
But although it was one elongated thing, since there was no break at all, that just goes to show the powers that we can bring to bear when it's just one fight.
Yeah.
And a number of things key off of milestones and multiple fighting, and that just wasn't necessary.
I mean, yes, I definitely agree. It could have been more.
So yeah, the third criticism there is I walk away from this going, I'm not sure what my character could do if I were fully knowledgeable of what she could do, and we're in an actual fight for her life.
Yeah,
I don't know what that's like, because it's been a long time since she's been in a fight for her life.
Yeah, I mean, the game tells me these fights are illegal. It says, oh no, you can't do a triple fight. Are you kidding me? You'll just massacre them instantly. But it's just not true. And I don't know exactly why that isn't true, but
That does not mean we did not get into solo situations or situations where we suffered losses or setbacks or high risks. It's just like I'm walking away from my character going, what was the limit?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I didn't find it. A fourth criticism would just harp on things given the sort of like the awkwardness of being fully dependent on you for how rain is handled. I have the document you gave me, that's it. And so everything I'm looking for doing like within the confines of these companies and their systems, and I did like the companies and their systems, but it has to be routed through you and the document we're asking you during session.
I'll be
So
honest. I'll be honest, Griffith. That's on me. I think at some point I just thought I had gotten you a PDF, and I guess whenever I've been reminded, I've just had so much else that I've just forgotten somehow, and we've sort of been like, oh no, I'll get to that. Let's just patch the solution now, and then
I have companies.
so,
The Dragon Coast .docx last edit was on August 14th, 2020. That I chucked into a Google Doc thing. That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah. So that's entirely valid, and yeah.
And so yes, if players were to play this game again, try to keep them in harmony.
Allow them to read the rules that they're playing by. That's always a good.
Yeah. Keep them in harmony.
No.
Keep them informed.
Yeah.
All right, Ari, time for you to
your
be a hard
turn.
ass.
What's your mean things that I'll think about for years?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be there to hear about those. So
well, we'll see what you say. We'll be there.
Yeah, it's already touched upon. Again, I sort of came into this campaign because other players left, but even like I can only imagine how jarring that is for both player and story, like for GM. Because as Griffith said, like we sort of like Malignant certainly left us like, oh yeah, we have the Shard of the Killer Comet. We just did this big thing, we just invaded Westgate, and it's like, all right, this seems like a cool big thing, and then like it fizzles out, right? And I imagine it's been like that for a couple times, and I think
the entire MF phone rin like story arc was told after Jonas's character had left, and it's perfectly understandable that that was prepared and presented to us, but it made for a really frustrating thing when none of us at the time, like, not Valky, not Sheep, not I, was like, where the hell is this Winterfang coming in?
Yeah.
What do you want with us? Just being a dick.
It was
Yeah.
a total dick. Yeah.
So, I mean, again, this, you
Yeah,
know,
I mean, I don't know.
How to remedy that, right? I think definitely, as Grimmett said, part of the setup sort of makes it a bit challenging. I don't know how you could like, again, I think getting that like in there, the whole like, oh yeah, you have this common sense of, you know, being a group of you know, sort of together against the world, which I thought was at least from what I heard instilled in the beginning, but maybe like as the dragons also grew and wanted their own things, sort of split apart more and more, right? And I think I can imagine as players, it certainly takes more labor to sort of reinvest yourself, figuring out, okay, what is it I want to do now? Now, you know, this is changing, and I can't just, you know, follow the group or you know, in that way. So I definitely do think that it takes more focus, and but yeah, obviously, the whole campaign is about telling a long story about dragons from being wormlings and you know, growing up, you know, to be a real dragon. When that's said, I suppose in my mind there's also some kind of poetry of like, well, you know, maybe not all dragons make it to be real cool dragons, I guess, as evidently here. But yeah, I definitely can feel that conflict, because I found it jarring at times. I've said it already, like how the fuck do we get these dragons together to do anything? Like, but that is also the nature of being dragons, which the campaign is about. I don't know. I think that balance is very hard to write, because you also want the dragons to be individuals and not as much like controlled as a normal adventuring party would. It's a bit the same with the combats. I will say certainly more challenged, I think, than Grimmeth, by the nature of being a squishy striker, and not a big beefy defender with incredible, made to be hit a lot of times, or well, I guess not to be hit, really, but I definitely found the lack of focus jarring at times. I'm not sure how you, like I said again, yes, maybe there should have been like a more, oh, we're one group and such, but I think having individual creatures such as dragon, and especially once you then zoom out and everybody sort of have their own investments, I can't really imagine how you would try, or if you should even try to make them work together all the time, because then what is the point? Then you're just an adventure party reskin Dragonborn.
part of it falls upon the players. If we want to work
Yeah.
together, then we can make it happen in game. But part of it can fall upon the DM as well to rope in players if it's not even a matter of like, say, I'm being difficult. It's a matter of like, I'm looking for a bridge here to like connect my character to the situation, and I'm drawing a blank. So I'm not going to
Yeah.
say anything because I'm like, because that's just how I am as a role player. And
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah, it certainly. Here's the thing, or you weren't here for that, but already early game there were conflicts between the characters, and I think maybe I was blindsided a little bit by it. I mean, we all wanted to play, we all wanted to have a good time and play together, but something didn't work, and I would have to go back and probably rewatch those sessions and such to really figure out where it sort of, there was a disconnect there. But it wasn't addressed, I don't think, at least not properly. So it
probably
grew,
not in time too, right? Like,
and just, yeah, I don't know. If you were to run this in the future or something like it, with characters that are harder to align together, make sure that you're aware of that. Where the Wicked did it in the past, I thought I did something similar here, but for whatever reason, it just didn't really, like, the external threat wasn't, maybe it wasn't present enough, maybe there wasn't enough motivation to actually work together. But something could have been done, I'm sure.
what else you got, Ari?
yes, let me look at the notes I took while I was listening. Yeah, again, like certainly this last encounter felt easier, but then again, I also worked a lot to make it easier for myself. Having 200 extra hit points, like taking me to 370, certainly, was a vast improvement from having, not even 200 to begin with. Again, it's the not being in dungeons, as you said. It's hard to justify going into big dungeons. I did find that, like the tomb of Kisondathizar, we had to pull out. And so I think, like, definitely the lack of dungeons makes the encounters harder to balance, because we can't just fly away or say, no, actually, I don't care about this right now. Whereas an adventuring party would be like, oh god, but if we pull out, then, this entire city is eradicated. We have to do it. I'm not sure. Again, that would have to be some finagling in the setup. I was also thinking whether we could have somehow made later dungeons have Thayans as the people trying to break in. I suppose that could have been one play. Certainly, there's plenty of strong Thayans trying to
We could have
defeat
figured
the
it out.
dragons, but that would also make it awkward afterwards because they're all liches, and certainly it's not just about not losing your horde, but also a lot of information.
We could have figured it out with work.
Yeah, I think that's mostly it for me also.
A side note, it's not a criticism so much as my concerns. When Sheep left this game in 121, I thought that was it. Like, I'm here with the DM and I'm here with the sister. How the fuck is this campaign seeing an end?
Well,
especially with
That's
energy levels being what they could
Yeah.
be. Like, if I'm feeling low or Aries feeling low, I think the campaign is like the session is going to be wonky. God help us if both of us are low. Like, I was like, damn. Like, okay, it's me and it's Ari and it's Manikai. But you know, this turned out to be a pleasant experience playing with the DM's relative. This.
I also I definitely, I mean, and this is typical, right? I definitely got a kick in the pants when Lickliff left, and I definitely feel like I had not, like, in retrospect, I wish that I had started, taking naps before sessions beforehand, because I certainly felt like that improved my attentiveness a lot. And yeah, I would definitely recommend. I don't know, in any player, if you're very tired and finding it hard to concentrate and get up at 4 a.m., perhaps you should sleep before you stay up until 12 a.m. again. So just it had occurred to me, but yeah, and I certainly, I don't know if I would have even figured that out if Grimmth hadn't also told his concerns about whether we could do this, because I had a lot of sessions where I was beaten up and not participating as much as I should have, and
Like, hey, the days are long and a lot of concerns enter. Us starting sooner would have been something that I would have been open to, but it just didn't match up anyway with the schedules. There's a lot of travel time that you have to go on to as part of your day. I get it. It was just like, man, I can't, like.
it was a time where we all got together, right? And we said, okay, how do we feel about this? Because it was a concern. I put it out there. I was like, right, I can continue. This game has been rough at times, but overall, I'm enjoying the experience of it, and we'd had a talk, right? We said, are we willing to do what it takes to continue? Because otherwise, we can just not. But I think all of us tentatively said yes, and so it was like, all right, let's see how it goes. And the thing is, we can always just not do another one. Like at that point, there isn't really a good end to go to. You can always say, well, and then that's that. If you're no longer, you're done. You're done, right? And I know you say you could do another 20 sessions, but I think this was the right time for this too. For me, this campaign takes a lot of work and a lot of creativity, and at a certain point, a lot of the sort of environmental stories I had to tell, I felt were done. The apoplectic sovereignty could have been back, but honestly, I feel like we're kind of done with them. I think that's how I feel with a lot of the threats that are still around. All right, that's a criticism. I think it's pretty much all fair, and I pretty much agree with all of it. So that's something.
What's next? The part of the interview? What, like compliments? Like, what do you want? Like,
I did have a what worked really well, but honestly, I think we've gotten pretty well around the feedback at this point. And honestly, I think we all know what we really liked. So
I mean, the campaign did reach an epilogue, so
it did. So here we are.
that's a compliment.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, wow.
I pride myself on my commitment
You
to
should.
these things. Yeah.
You know, I was here almost every time to play too, so
Yeah. Now, let's just go into a bit more of a free from talk and look around, talk about things. It's a little bit of an awkward transition, so I do have a few questions that we can sort of do that's meant to further discussion, perhaps, instead of us taking turns talking sort of over and over.
Sure, I've been flipping through the old maps.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be the one I wrote anyway, discussion topic. What moment of the other PC sort of stands out to you as really like a defining moment of that PC? There's something you think of like cool thing that the other player did or the other character did. Let's see.
No.
It was Ricicatrix at the time in her old lair after the Aboleth had been dispatched, reflecting on this was the place and this was the moment I was broken. And this is what I'll always keep in my mind in my pursuit of vengeance. It wasn't her like gathering like the Bale spawn together for her ritual. It wasn't all of like the other steps and pursuits of power she had taken, or even like the fights that she had alone. Like her character being introduced late in like the story we were given, that moment there in her old lair encapsulated the character for me of how broken she was and what her drive was going to be.
Yeah, I really enjoyed getting to tell that as well, because it was something that I knew from the beginning, but that just during to who the character is, she would never share. So I really enjoyed getting the others, like even you as players, getting that view of like, oh no, yeah, you know.
You can see that map on the Star Mantle map. There's the little battle arena where we fought the Aboleth, and how the lair looked with all the slime.
Yeah. Ugh. Corruption of my fine lair. Yeah, I really enjoyed having that perspective as well. As awkward as was for the characters to have these young dragons view into her life and being like, oh, that's weird. Okay. I think for Emmy, there's so many. I think a lot of the defining moments for Emmy is really when she chooses, like the contrasts between when she chooses to do something, like the whole, of course, dealing with suddenly taking care of the heir, or like the chosen of Sylvanas. I really liked that arc as a later, because in the beginning it really was like oh hey, perhaps I'll corrupt him or whatever, but it sort of transformed a lot. I also really loved the first time Emmy met Cindermoon, and this sort of, oh shit, hey, there are very powerful entities out there. And I think a moment I really enjoyed and like cementing her was the dethroning of Cindermoon in like her in like Emmy's in that meeting place, talking, convincing the Enclave and telling them what had happened. For me, that was a very strong change. And I mean, it was also the time when Emmy certainly became the leader of the Emerald Enclave and not just her own little faction. And
Yeah,
I thought that was momentous.
that was right before Epic Tier. I pulled out some Draconic Essence to intimidate Zalaznar, and with Gildenfire going away to find the Chosen of Sylvanas and Cindermoon retreating into the pool because she couldn't, she's just walking out of the conversation. That did leave the Green Dragon right
Yeah,
there.
I that was a strong, and also just like you touching, like the whole thing was, I thought very.
Oh, yeah, you're risking save or death right there to just jam my
Yeah.
fucking hand in the pool.
And yeah, it was just such a power play, and I don't know. It really showed also that she also has a spiteful, like, when shit gets down and she really cares, she fucking cares. She'll not. It was also fun seeing again. You have this perspective of a chromatic dragon, but certainly charismatic and talking with all these different people who all want different things, but still managing to make her case to all of them through this meeting. It sort of showcased Emissary as this charismatic talker and leader that not just a not caring green dragon who wanted to sleep and have her dire rats do or dire creatures do the stuff. I really felt that was a pivoting point.
When I think of insidious dragon villains, like throughout lore and storytelling, not just like in Dungeons and Dragons, but like in myths broadly, there of course is your powerful, overwhelming, like maiden or princess snatching dragon. But the dragons that are insidious, that it's the dragon that you could see yourself agreeing with, despite it being a horrible like idea. Cyan Bloodbane, whose like avatar I used for some time, from
Yeah.
Dragonlance, the corrupter of the elf, the dragon orb, who adventurers must come, like the heroes of the lance, who break the spell that is cast over Lorak. Like that was that dragon. And although Emissary Leaders there didn't wield a whole lot of the bluff and diplomacy and Epic Tier, they were so like integrated into her character. And so that moment there with the conclave was a way for her to bust that out.
Yeah. I really felt like it showcased the well, it's scheming is not the right word but it's just the
Manipulative.
yeah, like showing the right information at the right time, right? And leaving out, like, it was perfect for certainly that sign Bloodbane, clever green dragon, you know. Getting what she wanted without fighting too.
That would require a waste of effort.
Yeah,
And also very powerful characters there. I didn't want to fight them.
It's I think it's a common thing that the moments we're talking about now are like particularly emotional ones, to some degree. Emmy sort of working the Enclave was obviously less emotional than Visicatrix's
trauma,
backstory, yeah.
dragged out.
But I also liked all the moments you had, particularly in Epic Tier, of reminiscing about the other dragons.
Yes.
I think
that
it gave depth, right? Because we can all kind of feel it. And I think Ari, maybe you in one way, but I also kind of feel it like she does. It's like I had this idea of what the future for this campaign would be, and it isn't, And so it's like, oh, yes, I feel it. So maybe that's just a little bit of catharsis, but no, it makes them feel like people, right?
Dragons have long memories, and they tell stories, and that includes with the items that they keep around them. When you break into a dragon horde, like all the books, like not all of the books, but many of the books I've recommended that involve dragon hordes is to have storytelling pieces. That, like, yes, magic items, great and cool, something that's powerful and useful to the players, yes, but relics and times of long ago, or something that doesn't have any recognizable value that you might even get appraised, and the appraiser is confused, and so you wonder, like, why was it there for the dragon? Like that image of all the other magic items, and the time that I spent earlier in the session, like going through, like as the character was going through like philosophical like problems and wonderings, was like they're all tied to those, and the other dragons are so like ingrained with her. Like normally like the dragon sort of thing, like you hatch and you see like competitors for resources, and like then you leave your parents' lair, then you move on, and maybe you never fucking interact with each other again, or maybe you fight and kill or try to eat each other. But there was a whole like unifying thing that the original four were, is that they were not going to exist, but Yaffle and Hell created them, and so they were given this chance at life they otherwise would not have possessed. There was a mission statement there, and them not being around anymore hurt the Green Dragon. It still does, and the thought that anything would try to rip the purple dragon out of her mind deeply offended her.
Yeah, now you say that, like, man, I actually, like, I found myself muting myself, like, not like right out crying, but like I could definitely feel that pit in like my throat and tummy, right? Like just the horror of yeah, all these things being taken away, but also just the sadness. I don't it I felt like that definitely struck deep. Um I don't know. Just the remembrance of things you thought were gonna be different, or losing someone. I think those are what we in this life would call very human emotions, right? But certainly emotions that I also thought was interesting to have a perspective of from dragons. Again, in lore, usually when we fight them as heroes, they're just evil monsters that needs to go down, and having these emotional views into them, I found has a lot of weight.
Something I wanted to play then was the pain of having like gotten Tilraxos free from the Queen of Air and Darkness, and the romantic idea of who he was confronted like by the vicious truth of who he became, and how it just hurt the Green Dragon, that she thought that sure he would have changed like she did, but he would still be there.
Essence would be
There, and just that, the century of like being twisted by the Winter Fae, it just became lost to the Green Dragon, and she couldn't like recover that. There could not be camaraderie there, and it just gave her no comfort.
It's interesting, right? Because I feel like if a Cicatrix if that happened to her, she would be mad at the Winter Fae, right? She would not be saddened. She'd be like, "What the fuck did you do to my thing?" But that just shows again the different perspective of the dragons, where Emmy's sort of reminiscent, but she certainly didn't blame the Winter Fae for being what they are and how they are. I suppose.
And also like the Blue Dragon was complicit in that.
Yeah.
It was a contrast, right, in the beginning of Tilraxis being like, no, the Winter Fae will change me. I don't want that, until Phaedron arrived. All the way back then, I was like, so I mean, but you'd get nobility and worshippers, and he was like, oh, he sort of let himself be seduced into the
Devil's bargain.
There was a contrast in that, which I thought was important to play out. Like
Yeah.
the Green Dragon could not be so offended towards the Winter Fae area, in part because like it's what the Blue Dragon like.
Right.
He embraced it.
Yeah. It's funny to me also that I heard that, because I listened to some of the earlier like videos, and then like the stance of the Winterfell is like, no,
Right.
no. They have their big gathering. No, get the fuck away. No, we don't want to.
We're not going to go be mercenaries.
Yeah, don't come here. We don't want to buy anything you're having. Yeah.
The Blue Dragon pursued the Winter Fae. The Purple Dragon pursued the Spellscar. The Red Dragon pursued Tiamat. Those are all different avenues to try and find leverage or power to escape the ritual.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
And the green dragon pursued her romantic memory of them.
Yeah.
I'm
Near.
gonna transition the camera here over to the epilogue map.
Yeah,
I put all these people out, so
Yeah, I did
Oh,
like
shit.
load it up like 469 tokens, and yeah, that looks like one of my token repositories I've had
Yeah.
before in campaign.
It's more organized than it's ever been, if you can believe that.
As a matter of fact, were you organizing this over the course of the day, like during this
no,
session?
I did it ahead of time. Some of them are still a bit messy, and some of them are not in order.
Okay.
I wanted to make it so that you could sort of go from the bottom up and sort of witness the storyline as it played out for the dragons, but I didn't have time.
Sure. We have the elements of Shar over there on the left, including a beholder that we know Eri chooses to idealize and idolize.
Well, it's.
So,
Yes.
That Wilder Lands, damn, it's a long list.
We've had you could also call it other.
Yes.
So I have a question. What NPCs did you guys find compelling? Because there's been a lot, I think. An area we can just skip over Getra, I think.
What? But I don't know what I should talk about for the next hour. I mean, no. I really liked Cindermoon, actually. I thought her sort of weird, twisted story was sort of a good piece. Again, also a being that has lived very long, right?
Her Advances in Dragons Second Edition story was the subject of confusion in lore-wise, because at the time, Wood Elves could not be druids due to how the game mechanics were designed. We can't have demi-humans be, potent and powerful in certain other classes. But that she had died and was reincarnated into that form. Like sacrifice of her beloved
to get around the rules,
Yeah, to get around the mechanical rules, and just sages across Faerun were like, "How is she a wood elf? I don't understand." You got anyone else, Ari?
Sorry, I'm looking for all the cool tokens now.
Distracted by everything.
Yeah, like, oh hey, oh well, no, I made it to all the aberrants, so you're gonna well, wait for that. I liked the. Oh God, what was the name? The fire giant.
You'll find her in Giant.
Yes, well, she's just called Fire Giant General here. That's not very helpful.
Oh, yes, because you can't see her name. Victus.
Yes.
Yeah, Victus.
Yeah, I thought that was
interesting.
Yeah, the more pragmatic
yes.
Fire Giant that rose to power after Bocord was killed. Was the overly religious Fire Giant. Yeah, giants certainly were a prominent thing, and as look here, they're not general and they're large, but still, the list of giants we fought is and sort of their supporters is long, going all the way back from
the giant
from Pale Burgle, who was a vassal of the giants, the giant
with this
brothers,
Surge pets.
Who was under the Serpentine Earl, who was under the protection of the Earth Giants, who was under Vokord, who was under and so forth.
All right, Ari. While you're still musing over art, I'll lob out NPCs that stuck with me. Lolog the Butcher. I was interested in that character, and was just a character that obviously had to fall by the wayside, even though my character was interested in him. Like, given the party stance towards ogres and giants, as was proven with the Stone Giant throwdown later, before Jonas departed.
Yeah.
Like, there was just no connection that could possibly be formed. Amrath, of course, resonated with me and with the character. Other elements and parts of the Serpent Valley didn't. we have what happened in the Gulfmere Forest. I did enjoy the major players that were there. Cindermoon, Zalaznar,
Yes.
a Gildenfire.
Yes, dragon names.
As Vigdis, hooked with me as well. I enjoyed Vigdis. An honorable mention to the Smith, the Fire Dwarf. I know his name in game was Yanor, but I can't remember. Azer. There we go. That Velignith had befriended. I liked that character.
Yeah.
The hags didn't really do it for me, though I understood why they did it for some. The Westgate Guild Wars stuff, NPCs there. Identify with to varying degrees. I did, have a luncheon with Getra before.
So you get to speak with Getcher. Okay. Well,
that's because for reasons that you already well know. I have a special place for the adventurers that came into our dungeons and the stories I wanted to tell with them. Soloro ended up becoming this dragonborn who was forced to be my servant and was just hoping against hope that doom and ruin would not fall upon the land. And then Novacree, we've seen the story that's ended up coming out of Novacree.
I was gonna say he's one of my favorites, even though I don't know, he falls in between, not really a NPC, but Smurmy.
That's a positive example of what the adventurers could do and what I wanted to do with any other possible adventures, why I was open to conversing and interacting with them. There was the thing below Westgate that, of course, I do recall, and I think resonated with Aerie because she was.
I was touched by it, molded by it for a brief moment. Yeah, I was gonna say, looking at it, I really liked Evander High Castle as well. Obviously, Visigotrix had
almost cut a tragic character. He wasn't a tragic character, but there were elements of that
a little bit, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm chosen to do this person's bidding forever, and it's like, doesn't seem that great, honestly. Yeah, I really enjoyed him and sort of the reluctant, confidence that he and Visigotrix sort of had in yeah, you know what, serving the bitch queen sometimes, huh? Yeah, it's not always great. Turns out.
As for hell, there could only be one that I've kept treasured and referred to a number of times in my biography and interactings as Basarek the Twisted Marrow, who does still hold a place of some affection within the Green Dragon, even after all this time. She hopes Basarek did get that promotion it expected.
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh yeah.
Great.
Sitting pretty in some hell. Got a new suit,
Well, I mean, his job was to make dragons that could survive the test of time, and he did, for the most part.
I feel like the result is really what mattered. They got the soul they wanted. That's.
The prominent floating threats that we saw out there, Gregarin, the undead stone giant, that Sheep and Aerie tugged at for a while, and I was like, that just doesn't feel like my problem. Even then, how are we gonna deal with it? And then we had that awkward fight that we got the undead stone giant to retreat from because of cheating.
Well, probably caused by as you said, the disconnecting of Ori being switch.
What do our powers and characters do? I did enjoy that character, and I would have enjoyed being at peace with that character, and it just could not be with how interwoven that character's designs were within the ritual itself that Yaffle had created. And
Yeah, I enjoyed
What-
him as well, and I also sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
no, go.
I
Go.
also wanted to know. Again, I found it really interesting. Then, after how much of him was knowing more stuff about the crown of Obadiah. You're like, okay, how much of him was there, right? I found that very interesting. In a way, was he mostly the crown, or where is that? I found in myself that added sort of another depth to his struggle, certainly. Even the perspective that perhaps this wasn't even his fight, right? He'd just been hired to do this. He can't take the crown off, and this is what he needs to do for it, ever.
The Cloud Giant region, I recall liking the shades of her character we saw, and we just didn't get to see more of that in part because, the mountain blew up.
Yeah. That would have been a fight I think could maybe challenge the dragons. But again, I've been fooled before, so facing those two in their home would have been very rough.
So the damn archer.
No.
God.
I did, since I am on Giants, Vocord, I did like, not so much because we interacted with him directly, but so much as the storytelling play of him wrestling to try and find and fight these motherfucking dragons.
Yeah,
And
he
the lay
wanted
tactics
to,
we had.
he wanted to ensure that he did it when the omens were in his favor, given that he was wrong about how that worked. So made it random, and he just happened to roll terribly, so the omens were never in his favor, which means that he didn't want to engage for a while, giving the dragons the time they needed, I think, to prepare for it. There was certainly some panic when he showed up.
I got a chuckle out of Manchun and
Yes.
and Ares interactions given her character in Hatred of Wizards with Manchun. That was good stuff.
Yeah. He's got some weird stuff going on after third edition. It's
the Paraghost and the time that they hanged out with Rizicatrix was also amusing to me.
Yes,
Brief though it
I did
was.
like that. I like the perspective of this two evil beings being like, yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, everyone else are shit, and it's like, I know, right? Have you also noticed that? It's so annoying, and just like, yeah, really.
It paints a portrayal of things don't happen in a vacuum, and to take notes here from professional wrestling, the heels, the bad people, can also still hang out and enjoy each other's company and talk about terrible and horrible things. They don't have to all be assholes even to each other.
Yeah.
They're just collective jerks. And so one evil person can talk to another evil person. They can just relax and have a great laugh.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, have you noticed? Yeah, I know. Gosh.
And so Rizicatrix and Paraghost could just, enjoy each other's company.
Funny. They're like, yeah, everyone else sucks. Finally, someone says what I've been thinking, I've also noticed this. Yeah, I did enjoy that a lot. Also, it's just because it was sort of the moment where you're in there and you're ready to disagree with someone, and you're just, yeah, I mean, I can't help but agree. I expected to fight this motherfucker, and instead I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's like I did just said yeah, I mean, he's got a point. Yeah. Very reasonable. I don't know what to do fighting this evil person who's reasonable. I enjoyed the whole Black Dread thing.
Yeah, you did. I couldn't tell.
I enjoy the smirmy black dragons, but it in the way of God, they're so fucking annoying. But the fact that meeting them all can keep getting that rise out of me, it also makes me realize
so
that.
So you're gonna be the Black Dread now that you're the goddess of murder? Huh?
No, in fact, it's one of the tenets that there can be no Black Dread. literally when I was talking about it, I was like, no, yeah, if anyone tries, they're gonna be swiftly they are chosen with a prize,
So,
murder them all, and put a sign there. It's like no black red.
so we had a couple big old scary dragons lurking about, and in part
Yeah.
that was, Sheep's like fostering of draconic cooperation and wanting the dragon fang to represent that. But Anglospark and Gildenfire don't quite compare to their potential hostile impact on the player characters than Severius on you, Ari.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Severius?
Well, I don't like him very much. No, I liked him as sort of a like an enemy, right? It was a bit tough again having the different dragons of Epilogue, like, yeah, let's work together, and me like, fucking got that guy. As soon as I get a chance, I'll fucking murder him. I liked the challenge of it. Obviously, that was something that definitely again was a threat, mostly to my dragon
and
directly.
lurked for a long while too.
Yeah. Didn't have many interactions because I chose not to. I didn't want to meet the big bad dragon.
You bought time, and you took actions to buy time.
I pedaled.
Gave him an orb of storms.
That's what I did. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I also enjoyed the view into the Black Dragon culture that suddenly gave. Right, it's something that Nithra before she became a secretary left. Because it seemed just like a lot of not profiting and fighting all the time. Again, she was a very bad different dragon. Probably would have gotten along a lot better with Emissary than she did in her later edition. But like, I think it also was funny for the character to sort of be drugged back to that. Like, oh fuck! Like I left. Like I made a point to not be part of this, and now. I have to deal with all this shit again. Except I'm weaker, and all these people will know and recognize me and see how broken I am. And sort of there was a fun, like, almost embarrassment for the dragon also. I like that part. Also, again, the black dragon when we raided that lair, that was certainly
Syntherios.
God. And also
who created a
swimming.
fucking a dungeon lair that that a silver, red, and black dragons raided to get his body.
Yeah.
Possess is dead.
Yeah, that was interesting too.
We saw a few black dragons. We didn't fight most of them. Carix, Valnerix, and Corsaval. Because at the time when fighting them would be relevant, they were.
Honorable mention to all of the NPCs that helped make the guild warring possible in Westgate. How fucking chaotically and just absurd that was.
That was absurd, but it also, in my mind, I'm like, there was a lot of characters that, like, by the nature of Rain and by the nature of how vast that guild war was, it was like a lot of them I didn't really interact personally with. I felt honored when I was, invited to the monsters table of underground.
The Seeker, the two undead mind flayers.
But then turned out that the monsters people didn't necessarily agree on anything really, other than all the other, non-monsters people sucking. We didn't really get a lot of things done together. But yeah, I sort of enjoyed that. Like, oh hey, there's an unofficial club.
Yeah.
A non shout out, a special pit of hatred for every fucking ogre with a grand slam, and all of those damn undead, and those stupid tombs in the dead city of the Giants Run Mountains. I remember all of you asshole mummies. Get that ogre out of here.
Just the one
25
there.
damage, pushed up the 2 squares and not prone.
Prone.
Go away.
You know, every Zuri would take damage from that and be not prone. So like
Yeah.
Yeah, even now.
counter power.
That's how you
Yeah,
get her.
yeah, my metal feat is only for fortitude and will.
Yeah. That's how you get her.
Yeah.
You'd be
But
so
just
mad.
push her into an ogre horde.
Just send ogres out there.
You know?
Total Mist and Ophis Derelix clearly didn't resonate with me,
Yeah.
or the character. Phaedron was someone else's and was gone too soon from us, though I did very much like him and his slyness and his seductive nature for the Blue Dragon. That takes me through the gamut of NPCs, except for Martain, that I'll end at with NPCs that I found compelling and captivating, because he clearly did for me.
Yeah. Just looking at tokens again.
Just fucking mummies.
Yeah.
We fucking raid that place. We leave. We come back. We leave again. Those mummies.
That's fucking Silvermine.
It was you know, it was the freaking yeah, Dirt Kong already there. Having his places guarded by them, just waiting there for him to activate them, right? You were saying, Gary?
She wanted to look through the
Silvermine.
NPC.
That was more so. I love the Silvermine conflict. Just the fact how, how
not
ridiculous that
NPCs
was.
so much as you consider like the
The
frustrations between
Silvermine.
Malignant and the Thunderhole and
Just
Thunderhole.
like every time it was like, oh, when is it gonna be brought up? When in this, like, you know, this session, when will we talk about the Silver Mine? Like, it was almost like, it was like when you talked with the Black Dragons, there was like, okay, when are they gonna pull the, oh, I don't want to be the Black Dragon either. You know.
It's just like a in-game memes almost.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, when are they gonna be like, yeah, I mean, our silver mine that we, you know, inherited. Like, you know, yeah, I found them sort of these almost, insight memes to be kind of funny. Again, smirmy black dragons and their fucking, God, it just makes me want to punch them.
What NPCs are you gonna find memorable, Manica?
I was about to say a lot of I have a lot, right? Because obviously I do. Because
you know everything about them.
You know, but anyone who really had the time and energy to play their motivation, like Yenka, for example, she had a lot of time to be around.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like Yenka.
She had, in some ways, conflicting motivation and was acting on very slowly over the sessions, a slow reveal of what was actually going on. Right? She came here looking to get away from things, looking for what Yaffle, her Solkier in the past, had, what plan she had made. She sort of found it, but didn't really know what it was until the end. And I found her an interesting character to go for. I liked Raedra. I liked trying to the challenge of trying to put myself in her shoes. I think at one point I even took like a 5-minute break to be like, okay, I need to digest like this information that
it was what the Green Dragon had told her.
And I was like, okay, I need to look at the things I've written down about her, right? And then be like, so okay, with the knowledge she has and the thing, what could she, how could she try to do this? What she wants is, she knows she's not the good queen, right? She knows she's not the right person for the job, but damn it, she's the only one who's here. She's not the person that the world deserves to be Queen of Cormyr. She's not. She doesn't see herself as being as good as her brother.
Don't say that about the queen.
She doesn't see herself as being as good as her brother. He was a saint. She is not. But damn it, she'll do the best she can, right? And I found that a compelling situation for her to be in. I think she can't navigate it perfectly, but she got to work with what she can and try to sort of squeeze a victory out of stones. I liked the people of Nathlike City a lot. They were fun to play. Their motivations and their conflict, their the whole cultural dynamic of that place I found interesting. That was fun. Basarek, whenever he showed up, was a good time. Yeah, he had clear motivations too, and the fact that he was kind of an ally, but also definitely not an ally at the same
Yes.
time. Sort of, you know, sort of either he was entirely on your side or he was entirely not on your side. But
like-
yeah,
Listen, I'd like to help, but my hands are tied, you know.
yeah, I'll have to
Hello.
do something. Yeah, but and that was fun because of course he was trying to play his own side. Right, whenever I played him, he would win if the dragons did incredibly well. You know, that was sort of his motivation. But at the same time, he couldn't actively support them because his boss would win if the opposite was true. That's very hell. It's sort of the inefficiency in everyone scheming all at once to their own ends, even within the system. I enjoyed Severius to some point. A lot of the dragons I enjoyed. Severius being the character. All the black dragons, generally when I made dragons, right, I wanted to give them the depth that they deserved. Were made with the focus on their drive, and Severius, was perhaps a cowardly dragon, right? Never dared call himself the Black Dread, just in case the Black Dread was still around, or just in case there was, something would happen if he did. He was too cowardly to ever do it, and he never would. Pretty much, no matter what, really. He was I am just here to test other people to see if they're worthy, and so forth. Right? Well, in reality, dreaming about it, but never. There was always, maybe in a few years or in a century, or I need to be bigger and stronger and more safe and master all the elements so that I can defend against any type of dragon that might come for me. And the black dragons were all driven to some degree by fear, whether it be Carix's fear of standing out, really fear of disappointing his masters, Valnerix's fear of being left behind, of failing, or Corsival's general fear of. Well, Corsival was a bit of a weird example, but he huffed a bit too much paint. But yeah.
I feel like
the
generally bad about
killing
how I
all of
murdered
them,
all of them in the end.
Um,
Yeah.
Then of course there was Gildenfire, who at first was he is an interesting character. Had a lot to say and a lot to do, and he got a lot more complicated once Martaine got introduced, and he sort of was brought more fully into the game. Basically, when we leveled up into Epic and he became more of a recurring character. I liked him. He gave a good foil, and I think he allowed me to show a side of the Emerald Enclave that I didn't really have another character to express. Which I like. The Elder Brass Dragon, I think he voiced a lot of the things that really are themes about dragons going into 5e particularly, which is dragons are beginning to discover they can cooperate, and he, being a dragon from a time long before the spellplay, had a different appreciation for that. And I felt like he was a connection to a previous time and brought some of that to the forefront that hadn't really been considered. And with the introduction of what was in the Tomb of Kisan Rathisar, the piece of the King Killer Comet, it felt important to have a character who could connect with some of those past things.
I really liked that, as you said, we had a character that could connect with it, but also a non-chromatic, right? Like it seemed so unlikely that there would be a one of the metallics joining in on this goal, and I think that sort of fortified the whole perspective, as you said, like, oh shit, dragons can work together. I thought that
Well, I
was
mean, he was so enamored by the other Draconic
Yeah.
cooperation that what
Yeah,
Valignus
exactly.
was genuinely looking to create there, he was like, this is great. This
Yes.
is not how it used to be, because we couldn't because of what the
Yeah.
King Killer did. But I'm glad this is being created, even if it's a red and even if it's Tiamat. I'm still here to support this concept.
Yeah.
The idea is worth it at all the
It's
moral
worth
and
trying.
sort of costs. Yeah, and I think I think that's. I'm happy with that. And I think in a way he represented the most pure version of what Malignant created, right? And will certainly continue to make it in the future. Have that dream of maybe we can learn to have a community and see the value in that.
Again, like definitely also felt like a stab when he was like, yeah, the other green dragon he left, and the other like he was like left all
It's all
alone.
breaking
And I was
apart.
like, oh man,
Yeah.
that
Brainsteel Dragon
sucks.
didn't really get a lot of time. Rearmenthy, of course, became a player character. Hesife, I liked. It was a chance to show what a natural red dragon is like. That just has lived in its own sort of place and been the biggest fish in the smallest pond in the world. Because Hesife, the Midnight Sun, did not give a shit. Because they were a red dragon, which means that they are the most powerful thing around. No question, really.
And
I mean,
the
50 edition agrees.
there was storytelling there that was lurking in the background, and our actual character interaction was me flying out there to spite her. I turned to her a statue of iron, humiliating her in front of her minions, then fleeing in terror to lure her to a place we could fight.
I just remember us doing that, and then like the image of this mighty dragon having been, slayed, and then us just pursuing, like trying to stuff her into a fucking black hole.
Into the enlarged hole that I got from Opus Derelict.
Oh no! It was so like the contrast of having fought this epic, it was so undignified and disrespectful of this mighty being, and just.
Then I take the portable hold of Vignes, like reach in. Fire Drain's like, okay. Pull.
Shake.
Pulling.
So, is it a rabbit? No, it's
Got a little bit squeezed in there, but
Well,
Of his Derelicts, a character who was two characters in actual fact, a black dragon and a copper dragon, which means he had two natures that were conflicting. And later on, you befriended half of him while killing the other half. So
a deeply divisive thing, the sneaky way that the green dragon, and which I'm genuinely surprised that she actually got him dead.
He was very quick. That's his thing.
Yes.
But she stuck him to him. If you yes, he has a lot of copper dragon here. A lot of
which is actually what I had expected going to that was the green dragon trying and then failing, because it was a plan she was executing just with the city and the Ogmites and not any of the other player characters. Yep, there was an opportunity.
Yeah, he was a dragon who, he was again two dragons overhyped on the draconic essence that we later saw sort of the characters indulging in.
Yeah.
And I think he was the first reveal that there were dragons connected to the ritual who weren't the four of you, who had been experimented on, and sort of one of the trails of Yaffle out there.
Just looking at this, I wasn't there for him, but just imagining someone at that level, like the level you would have to be on, flying 14 squares.
He is very quickly.
What the fuck?
He was, he had the personality.
Things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was like going into that, and even at the start of the betrayal, I was like, this is not succeeding. This is just a storytelling thing of, you gave me mud and sticks and leaves. It's like a gift.
I mean, that is disrespectful.
His whole thing was really just being too much, I think. In that he, I made him. You can even see I added his token to have the burnt mouth where he swallowed the acid like an idiot. But yeah, he was a copper dragon who happened to also really get a lot of enjoyment out of making other people feel bad. and have that cruel streak of a black dragon. Beyond that, the black dragon had the ability to make him never tell the truth. Also, just made him, a not very pleasant guy. That said, if he could have been like cured or something, maybe that would have been something. Anglerspark, big powerful dragon, might have had something with Tolraxos and whatnot, but it never really came to fruition. He was at the edge of the game, and I think he thrived there. No one really was particularly bothered with him. He did blue dragon things. He had help a little bit, but it sort of worked out.
I mean, he played a big part of it was great shipping the fire giants over there.
Yeah.
That certainly solved some of our problems. Just being like, hey, dude, you guys need a place to be, and we need you to not be here.
I figure his story would have featured more had
he had another
remained in the game. Like obviously, Tolraxos not being a part, it is that, but Valignith was very much into draconic cooperation, and that story was even told at BC was.
Yeah, I mean, he even went and they had a talk, right, where he was acknowledged by the Dragon King. Well, I don't know if he was a Dragon King at the time, but
I liked Evander, how he was sort of a little bit like Bethra, a little sort of an ally. He fought with you, and then later you fought against him. At the whims of his, in sort of a very much it's nothing personal, but we are faithfully opposed, even if we don't really mind each other as people. Sort of bad guys who could get along. It's always kind of.
I mean, it was also one of the things where Vesicatrix actually felt sad at that, and she also did make sure to bury him at land, right? Which was not just for her being okay, I never have to deal with that guy, but actually was how do I set him free from this, eternal toil? That was important enough for her to do that.
Which is how he was portraying it. I don't want to be here. I just am here.
Yeah, I am here, and I have to do these things.
There are perks, but I would enjoy resting.
Yeah. Scrimmage that partially a tragic character, right? He sort of was brought here by
I love all the tragic ones.
Yeah.
Sucker
Not fully a tragic character, but they were
I like the tragic aspect, little
we have the Death King, which I certainly I think enjoyed more before he was revealed. Simply because the slow burn sort of finding his things around here. Slowly beginning to unravel some of the story of what these mountains were about and what the backstory of them were. I enjoy it as a game master, right? To get those slow reveals and have a slow dawning thought about it. Even so far as to have a broken Jarl sort of awakened in one of the really early sessions.
Yes, that happened. The failed skill challenge of near the beginning, caused that thing to climb out of the tomb past all of us. We lost a healing surge for it.
Yeah.
Or two. As it began to scale the mountains.
Yeah.
I certainly found it funny also as Vesicatrix discovered all these things that I didn't know of, right? Or I'd only listened to the first, I think, 20 sessions or something, 17 but things that I'd vaguely heard about, but just suddenly hearing about all these, that was the thing, and I was like, what? Being the ever paranoid dragon, just having that perspective of and you did nothing? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, ideally it wasn't even the dragon's fight,
No, but again, it's in her retrospect, it's why did you
we're
all these problems are now my problems because these dumb dragons didn't do anything about it. Well, I mean, yes, you were not grown up, but that's Vesicatrix is a boomer. She's not. She doesn't. Blaming the young is very much in her.
We were 6, and you're solve it.
Yes. Why didn't you solve it?
He could have been gone.
The young people nowadays, they just
when
sit
I was
about
young, I had to walk uphill.
Yeah, that's right. And downhill into a pit of acid.
But the backstory there informed me throughout the whole game, because of course I knew what had been going on, right? Which the Death King's actions very much informed the Cloud court, because those had sort of been manipulated to kill each other, and ended with the death of the king, which in turn informed me how the fire giants would act, and of course the death of the and claimant by the Death King of the frost giants. Which later informed me, how does Hackdor and Lolock and Drenir, the Serpentine Earl, how do they behave? What's their job? And then down to even Pale Burgle, like what's his task in all of this, or that hierarchy, which is what they were called, the hierarchy, is something that I liked how it turned out. I think, yeah, there was some frustrating things with how the battles turned out, but overall, the red thread, I think, of the giants.
Region ecology.
Yeah. That sort of informed me on the whole Acts of the Mountains, like how everything pretty much worked out. Was based on.
Now that we're done, like how much of it was Obadiah's crown, and how much is like his actual motivation?
Well, he's had the crown for thousands of years.
Yeah.
And the crown demands that you collect, that you promote, collect, and preserve stone giant kind and the knowledge of their deeds and actions.
Right.
So of course that's twisted in his mind into a very supremacist ideal that it doesn't have to be, but that was his overarching motivation to ensure his people worked out. And to some degree, it was a bargain he made willingly, right? Because, of course, he was angry at the oppression that his people were feeling at the hands of the other giant types. They build everything. That's sort of their job. They build and they manage, and they make sure everything works. And then the upper ones the Cloud ones just sort of tell them what to do, while the Frost ones defend the Cloud ones. And then the Thunder King just sort of has overarching strategic plans for how to develop giant kind. So he sort of felt like, there was something wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong.
And as it turns out, in his backstory, he lost his lover looking for this artifact, and to claim it, she had to die, so that he could. So he's pretty motivated.
Right. Yeah. I just figured like
He's already lost
shit.
everything that mattered. And so
Intelligent artifact. Yeah, it's always interesting.
It would have been interesting if you put it on. It's one of those things that I don't, how that would have gone.
Yeah, I mean...
For Cicatrix, you must ensure the supremacy of stone giant kind and the knowledge that they collect.
It's a little late for that. Sort of killed everyone. Yeah.
But I liked him. I enjoyed playing Vigdis. It was fun to have a character that actually, a giant who tried to be an opportunistic sort of, really what you'd say like a disloyal giant, right? She did not feel like she owed, in a way she was very much like the Death King, but she didn't feel like she owed the hierarchy everything. While you had Volkort, who very much was the ideal fire giant, just sort of feel like he owes them and sort of does his duty as a general and such. All the way down to Drenir, the Serpentine Earl, Hackdor and Lorag. Drenir sort of being the boss, if you will. These three giants being the bosses of the dam in the early game. The first sort of big thing was I think Pale Burgle, and then it was the next tier of power, and that whole thing I think worked. Enjoyed playing them and sort of hinting at what they knew about the whole thing. Well, Pale Burgle, of course, was a gross idiot bandit lord, but he didn't really get to have the Foul Realm creatures. They're not really that interesting as creatures because they're sort of insane, and which means that the more powerful they are, the less their motivations make sense. So playing them was not as interesting as sort of they have a lot of weird powers and such. Yanor was an interesting character. He gave a little more exposition down there in the Underdark. Beyond that, I liked some of the Lizardmen personally. I enjoyed them in the interactions that they had, even though it wasn't that much. I liked Amrath, the druid of Malar, and his because he gave me a chance to think about Malar, right? And Malar is not a deity that usually gets that much thought because it's like, oh, he's just a bad guy. You fight his cultists because they're killing
Yeah, all
peasants
the
or something.
werewolves.
But the way that in a way, I found that the ideology could make sense from a certain point of view, and that's important for me. Xeric is a god of madness. Obviously, his doesn't make sense, but sort of call the weak and such, don't kill the young. There's a thought to it.
Yeah, I definitely like that perspective. Also, it's again, this is a more brutal form of nature, right? But it's certainly. I had also only met him in our like home game and such as like, yeah, the dude who loves to make werewolves. I'm not, when I play a good guy, I don't really like werewolves very much. They're dire beasts. They're very mean and murder people.
I liked how Norlos Summerspaw ended up being the guardian of in
Talking about tragic
Emissary's
again.
tomb.
The pendant of hope that I retrieved from the Sphinxes, who could not like, why are you here? Like, leave here and I won't kill you. And of course, like, there's just going to be a severe disconnect. So I take the pendant of hope, which could be done anything, and then permit Norloth Summerspaw to guard it.
Yeah, I liked Elm. I'll say, the thought behind it, the slow realization that this place, though it's that sort of adventure town, it is creepy.
Yeah.
And there's something definitely weird going on.
As this dwarf grandma is like trying to egg Valignif to go burn it down.
Burn it down. It is bad. They took everything from me and humiliated me because I didn't want to stay there.
And
Stupid.
the party is divided, like on destroying Elm.
Yeah. Eltidia, the corrupted dryad inside the great tree. Still the broken. Yeah, very adventurous. Again, was marred by conflict between characters, which is not something but I like making Elm. I liked seeing it come to fruition, and I think it was very much like there was a mystery, and I think the reveal was maybe a bit rushed, but that's because everything was burning. So what can you do? I very much in this campaign I embraced the idea of kill your darlings, right? When Emissary cleanses Star Mantle, the dungeon that's in there, the liquid obsidian creature running around, it's gone. Right. It's gone.
Yes, I noticed there was other pieces of Star Mantle I hadn't really seen. I'm like,
yeah. There's more if you want to see a certain like a dungeon map and stuff in Star Mantle that never became a thing. There was a portal in there too. At the bottom, it was on blue fire.
Cindermoon teleported the green dragon down there. We talked about it.
There was also another one of those labs of Yapples down there that got purged.
It's funny. It's again one of those moments where it's like, oh god, my dragon would have loved to be there. I want to see.
Yeah, because I wanted Yaffle to be somewhat of a present, like character, which is hard when she's dead the whole game, and when she returns to life. So I tried to sort of leave things in places that would make sense, a few hints about who she might have been, or like just so she's not like very. You have an idea of who she is and what she believes when you meet her, right?
Well, she was lurking across the entire campaign.
Yeah, and that was important to me as well. A bit more present. And then you have the Shadow Barb. Yeah, they weren't really that compelling either. They were a big threat, but Shar wasn't
like
one
the
of the
Far Realm.
Yeah, Shar wasn't one of the main threats. So
crazy people.
They were incidentally the dragon's problems, because they were sort of everyone's problem. Yeah, it was a pretty thorough go through of a lot of different characters. Yeah. How do we feel? No, we're ending or nearing the end of this.
Was that what was next after your NPC thing? I know you made mention of having some other questions.
Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, at the end of my thing here, it says, "How do we feel?
How do we feel?
What's the vibe?" Looking back at all of this, we've discussed now. We've gone through some of the early stuff. We've gone through some of the problems and such. But what's the sense? I can start maybe, given that I gave it thought beforehand. And I sat down. I thought, okay, I'm gonna make this epilogue. I'm gonna say, well, and I wrote like, how do we feel? How's the end now? And I was like, that actually made me think about it, right? And there's a lot of conflicting feelings, obviously. Things I could have done better, as always with a project, as something I have made. I'm perhaps a bit of a perfectionist in that regard. I look at it and say, okay, I could have spent more time. I could have spent more effort, been more socially aware. There's always things that I could do. But overall, I think I reiterate what I said at the beginning. It's not perfect, but honestly, I feel somewhat proud that it became a thing. The whole concept of let's play dragons over 100 years of time in Faerun is so out of left field to me that the fact that we're here, we did it all, hell and high waters, is remarkable. And beyond that, we accomplished the goals we set out to do. And I also find that to be remarkable. I feel like, compared to many other campaigns I've run where I'm like, that was fun, this feels like that was an experience. which now that I say it sounds maybe a little bit negative, but I don't think it is. I think it's something I've never done before. And it's something that feels incomparable to other campaigns I have run. And that has a value all of its own. I'm proud of it.
You want to go, Ari? You want me to go?
You
I'll
can
never
go.
get tired of forcing you to make choices. By
Yeah,
the
I was
way.
gonna say, I don't know how I feel. I think after it's like, at least I always had this when I've read like a really a story I got really into, and then like when you're done with the book, I always just sat there like, what do I do with my life now? I've been this, every week for I don't even know how long time, and it's weird to have that sort of, well, I guess that's done. Um it's funny, I didn't imagine that our ending the campaign would be this almost harmonious. Uh Somehow, my character didn't get a horrible end, which I thought they would. Um
Do you think your character deserved a horrible end? Do you like
I'm not sure.
should she have gone down in a blaze of glory, like just
Well,
having tried and failed to achieve her objective?
it's always my, like, I struggle to play evil. So I was talking with Menaka about this, so it's like, part of why I left also, like, Sembia to Cormier, right, is me being like, yeah, you know what? Cormier can have it. That'll probably be good for the world. And I thought Radar was really cool, so I was like, yeah, sure, you can have it. My dragon, is not going to be invested in it, but like, I struggle to be evil very much, and one of the things that Menaka told me the first times I had to make like an evil character in Blades in the Dark, was that, if you make an evil character, make sure that it's someone who, you can see, especially in Blades in the Dark, having a tragic end and them deserving it. And I don't know if I think that Nemain did in the end. I which I guess is the complete mix between me and her, because she's a horrible being.
Right,
Who
you are supporting her being the goddess of murder, which is what she's going to become per your own
yeah,
depiction and
right.
choice.
But I think like her finding that purpose and providing a different perspective to the goddess of murder is a good sort of way. I always imagine her end to be sort of tragic in a way, because it's like, okay, you did the thing. The soul was never going to be like, the soul was always going to be taken to hell, right? So after killing Yaffle, it's like, well, okay, this is the reason you survived. This is the reason you've done a lot of very undignified things that you didn't think you would ever do, but basically you set out to do this no matter what. And what do you do now, right? But that question was sort of answered like in the later like epic tier levels, where it was like, well, Mysticix was confronted with it and sort of had to think of like, well, what happens after, right? Um, Whereas I wasn't sure if her eternal fate was just gonna be, you know, chasing that, or just being a random punching people around person. So sort of happy where she ended up. Um, Somehow not tragic or sad, I should say. I guess you could say that the arc of someone being wronged and then becoming the
No,
god of
there's nothing
murder
tragic or sad
it,
about you.
it is
No,
is is
no.
maybe not, but yeah, it's perfectly justified. But like in her, she isn't sad and or like feeling bad, and I thought that she probably would be, uh, you know. Because he lived to achieve something, and now it's like, well, why do you live now, right? Um, so I definitely thought she would have a bad end. The gameplay would be bad end. Uh,
Was this the best end possible for her? Because even now she's bored and in mild agony because she can't go do things herself. Could
I
there have
think,
been a better ending for her?
I mean, that was like I contemplated whether she was gonna start like trying to deal with hell to get the soul of Yaffle, right? But the thing is, it's not like hell will keep like she's a currency, right?
Right.
Souls are a currency down there. So it's like,
Right.
okay, well, I would
Like,
have
yeah.
like a lot of soul coins. That's not really satisfying. That's not really what she wants,
Right, right.
right?
Asmodeus is not taking Yaffle's soul and putting her in like the normal like devil mill. Like who knows like what Asmodeus is doing with it.
No, it's power and it'll be utilitized, but it's not like Yaffle will actually be there, uh, like
Don't
as a
know.
person, So, like, I mean, her ultimate, what she would have wanted, at least for most of the game, was again to obtain the soul Yaffle and then torture her for eternity. That was certainly the goal.
So then it's like, what kind of offer can I make Asmodeus now that I am a god that would cause me to
That
get Yaffle?
might very well be a thing. Again, um, this might also be me metagaming, but like again, I've actually researched what hell does to souls, right? I was like, is it possible? Very unlikely. I guess since we're the writers of the epilogues,
But we
uh,
also like don't know, like given like how hell works and how Asmodeus like oversees hell, like
yeah.
and how like the contract things, like Yaffle is so special, in part because how like her knowledge like helped him ascend to godhood, like in the Forgotten Realm setting.
I
That
mean, also maybe again, hell, like Asmodeus, hell always wins, right?
right,
Maybe it could be part of a scheme of, hey, now I have a god who's willing to basically do what I want to do.
Yeah,
Like, I can
it's like,
point her things and she'll murder them, and all I need to give is access to the soul that she'll punish forever.
yeah, you want this currency? Make me
Yeah.
a better offer. Because let me tell you who
Yeah.
else is on the sheet. The Lich Lord of Thay. So you're gonna have to
Yeah.
outbid him. What do you
Right?
mean he wants the soul?
Whenever
Fuck him.
whenever you kill someone in the name of Asmodeus, as a god of murder, whenever you finish someone on his account, he will put a grain of rice in a swimming pool. When it is full, you shall have it.
Yeah,
something like
like so certainly that can also be things that she pursues, right? If
Okay, so then
certainly
you
if
would
it's
say your
approached.
character has had the best end possible in the
I think so. Yeah.
okay, which leaves you still conflicted.
Again, it's hard to say goodbye to any character. Um, it's sort of interesting. I find it's always like I find in my mind I could have a conversation with someone and I could pretty instantly switch between the characters that I've played for a long time, right? And certainly this has been, as Menaka also said, a very different campaign. So it also holds like a different spot of like longitude in like the character. I don't know. Um, I'll miss it. Definitely miss it. Yeah.
So you could do some more Airy, even though Manikai can? Like if we were to like wheel out like, alright, the expansion pack.
Again, it would just be the 6 murder.
Yeah, the god of
Yeah,
So
war
there
right.
wasn't really
approach.
character growth there.
Just
But what if
well,
in the 5th game, the Cicatrix had a kid that they had to take care of,
no.
and then oh.
No,
Okay.
but 6 is never gonna nurture any. I mean, now she's a god, so she can't. But like, well, I guess they can.
You know what?
But
That's actually worth pointing out here.
never.
Where Cicatrix Nemain,
Yeah.
like as part of her character growth, didn't grow emotionally.
Nope.
Well,
There were some things that, like, again, she came to suddenly appreciate like the other dragons in a more emotional level. But that's sort of the extent. The extent is
she
like
showed kindness at times.
yes.
And that I feel like that's growth. sad as it is to say.
But the overall,
The
suddenly
reason
I
I
think
brought it
she's
up is if you fought in the expansion pack, she was just, and then she murders.
no, but no, I definitely think there's a fondness, right? It's like she also is like, yeah, she'll if she can, she probably will contact Emmy, and even though Emmy certainly doesn't need her protection, there she might feel inclined, if someone was. It's like if the Lich Lord of Fey was like, "Oh, hey, fuck you," there might be a
I heard on
chosen
the divine grapevine that
coming.
Tiamat has like is
Yeah,
arranged.
there might be a chosen of Nemain, who'll show up, backstab whoever, and then leave. There's not going to be
like,
some
laying on-
touching moment, but it's like no, this is you can't kill this one. There's a lot of other dragons in the world you
Alright.
can kill, but not this one.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, some emotional growth. It's not a lot, but some. Yeah.
Alright. This end it crept up on me a little, though. When we turned to level 130, yes, level 30. After session 146, did solidify that the end would be soon. This is something where I could keep going and playing, if only because like there's still more like opportunities for me to be an asshole like dragon, like in
I mean, there's
power,
never
like,
been more.
like an asshole dragon in power, projecting power on others. I spent a lot of time slogging through all this survival bit. And I can have some more time to bask in how awesome I am.
Oh, I'm being mean.
You're not even mean so much as convince me why I should care.
Yeah, people will come to her and seek her help, and she'll be like, "Nah."
Yeah.
You know, like the situation where, you know, the skill challenge where you have to convince the dragon why they
Yeah.
should care, making arguments for the dragon. Just the dragon is my player character. There are more opportunities for that. I could keep going with that. Yeah, I can. And
Oh.
you know, the opportunity to explore the actual limits of the character, which are undefined for me. Although I know there are weaknesses, I just don't know how far like she can take herself in a team-ish environment. It's bittersweet, Felix. There's thing about this campaign that I'm like, yay, and there's thing about this campaign over the past 3.75 years that I could leave behind. I have the game changed quite a bit with the transition of players and over time and what's happened those years. I have changed. I am certainly a much different person than I used to be, and I am uncertain whether my health could ever hold up to do another storytelling of this like length and scope again. So, like me closing the book on this is also me potentially closing the book on another storytelling of this length and scope. This was a campaign that I was enticed into by telling a story I hadn't told before, and that definitely is. Stories I may tell in the future could be similar, but they would involve they would not have the years involved that I have spent with Verdalith, who became Imisure leader there. I have I put in some work on my aspect to try and ensure this Dreads of the Dragon Coast could reach a conclusion as well, and I'm glad it has. I could have accepted a partial or total failure, though. Having secured my character's freedom and potential reincarnation from the greater god of nature, as far as I'm concerned, was a total victory for her.
Yeah,
She didn't have a
happy
personal
end.
attachment towards like she didn't dislike Yaffle, and so like yeah, cool. Yaffle helped create me. Yeah, looking at Yaffle's condition, yeah, okay, there's some bad things there, but you know.
Tadpole eyes. Oh. Oh.
It also didn't have to be my problem. Which
Yeah.
the character resonates with me, and I'm going to take her from this moving on because some of her aspects are within me, and one of those aspects is certainly the no effort wasted concept. My compulsion came up the least, for sure, and
You
yet
were
I end
very
with
good at incorporating it.
yes, and yet I end with 10 draconic essence. I have like one of my tabs in my character sheet was meticulously keeping track of every time I earned a point and whenever I spent points. And you know, this happy-go-lucky, patient, and thoughtful dragon who, you know, in times of like dire situations of where is the black dragon? I am now the only one who can handle this ritual. That's it. I'm breaking this fucking ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Or Valignus been imprisoned. This will not be. I will do what it takes to get him free. Yeah, extensions of that, and I don't have to miss those because those are part of me as a player, playing a character whose alignment was dragon and just an extension of me. Yeah, bittersweet things.
Came very naturally, I will say. I suspect Grimmeth is truly like, yeah, I've seen a human form. I think it's a polymorph, you know.
It is a
Pretty sure it's
long-standing bit
even
of knowledge
same.
that I'm actually undead, that I'm a
Yeah.
lich or
Oh, no.
necromancer of some kind, and
Yeah.
well,
Green
rest
dragon.
assured, you know, there was the slight temptation of turning this dragon into undead.
Dragon Lich.
This
Yeah,
part
I
just feel
think
like
we
a
all
little,
looked at
little
that.
too on brand, maybe.
Yeah, you know, the nature dragon that goes, well, what if I escape the ritual by becoming a vampire or a lich, or you
I have
know,
to drink the blood of other dragons to survive, but that's fine. I mean, there's plenty. Right?
there's plenty of dragons to go around, and now I'll like, yes, gather the dragons together. I
Yes,
want there to be draconic cooperation.
I loved the perspective that suddenly changed of like, oh yeah, other dragons are basically bad. Like they're a resource now because we're powerful enough to bully the small ones and steal their fucking
You
power.
became Sebrius,
It's like-
except worse.
Yeah, well,
much
I
much
mean,
worse.
I let the dragons have their hordes.
Well, the ones
and
who
I didn't-
lived.
Well,
The handful who lived.
Well,
The rest
they
were
shouldn't have
butchered
been
and
so
looted.
annoying.
So you know.
Really, yeah.
I'm paying dragons astral diamonds. You're out here like ripping.
Yeah, I'm out here. I mean, some of them became mounts for my trusted allies,
Yeah, some of
and
them became, indentured
some of them
servants.
became bodies to fertilize
Flesh
the
to
acid.
lay
Yeah.
upon
No,
the.
I'll reflect on the enjoyment I had that was somewhat reminiscent of Thorak the Ineffable, Giant Banes of a Sealed King, where some of these powers and abilities I have do seem to be bullshit.
Yeah. I can say that again. Oh. But, yeah.
And just the treasuring of this, like, this exists? I can do this? Like, okay, from things like I take 0 damage from an attack, which I didn't brandish in the last combat because I didn't take that much damage to warrant that, to the Mind Blade that we saw so thoroughly that missed against Gaffel at the end.
And
to,
domain, all powerful, truly a god among
not
men.
my enemy. Roll the 1 even against Gaffel, to other things like as part of the Battle Minds ability set for me to teleport after my shifting opponents, to how fast my character ended up becoming with some character choices.
I mean, there's some cool abilities, but you also build your character extremely well after choosing those abilities, right? Like, the monster that you have made is not just because, it's a cool class. It's because you have also worked to make her.
Yeah. Had to fill character voids and also accomplish my idea of wanting to make a dragon with the feat choices I had. Dazed? Get out of here! Who needs to be dazed? I don't.
That is bullshit.
What?
I'm immune to stun, dazed,
These time jumping boots we received as a reward, I never got to whip out, but I did enjoy the idea of at the end of it, I reappear in the space I last occupy, and I'm dazed until the end of my next turn. I never got to say I am not dazed.
I cannot be dazed. You travel time
I'm
for
able to lead
free.
with you, and I can't. I can't
Right.
be dazed.
I wink into an alternate reality where I can take a standard action and 2 minor actions. So let me just recover out of here.
Just second wind out here while
Yeah.
supposed to be penalized, but I
Yeah.
don't. And laugh
Yeah.
in the face of
So-
dazed.
And so yeah, the aspects of that, there's certainly things that I will enjoy and reflect back on, not with romanticizing, but fondly, because those were good elements of the storytelling process.
I'm gonna say, like, my thing in it's just like you and Vidliknev got Vidliknev got you're immune to combat advantage, which
I
as a
you
rogue
can-
is terrifying.
yeah,
I
hey,
got once per encounter I can reroll an attack, which is great, but it's a creature that is higher level than you. So, great for boss battles, but being immune to daze, being
yes,
that
I
so
cannot
many-
be dazed, dominated, mobilized, polymorphed, unless I want to be polymorphed, or
and
restrained.
how do you, in higher levels, how do you hinder adventurers? How do my defender, hinder enemies in doing what they want? I daze them, I mobilize, I stun them. So
You can
just
stun me.
What?
The statue stunned me.
That's
at
true.
one point.
It's stunned, but no after effect daze.
I could be stun locked. You just gotta hit my defenses.
Yeah.
And you can knock me unconscious.
That's what I said. The Pope as guard, and then also being a defender. That's the fucking aberrants never had a chance. It's just
But see, here's the thing, right? That could mean that your Steam go, well, then I'll just not make any. But that's dumb.
that's not fair.
Of course you fight the things that you're most interested in fighting. Otherwise, why would you take the feats that make you good at it? No one wants to play the ranger in the city campaign who all your powers are about wood related, but you never go to one.
Yeah. Oh, great.
And the 2 feats I spent on anyone who's alone with me, I get combat advantage, and then I can, like a flyby attack, just whoop, 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 away. It's not quite a flyby, but whoop, 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 whoop. So in our larger battlefields, when we did fight, I was able to relocate, which I liked. I liked being able to move around a bunch.
I was definitely tempted by the you gain combat advantages against creatures that has no other creatures adjacent to them. I didn't want to double that since that was a power you already had. That would have certainly made my life a lot easier.
That would have been a
not
situation where Manic I would have to look at that and go, I can't, no, you can't have that.
Right, as a rogue also, that would have
Yeah.
just been incredible. Instead, I have spent many hours trying to build,
And now you have your teleporting machine.
Now at level 30, I finally found the way. It turns out you just need to be level 30, and then you can buy high enough items to never
Or
have.
make them, yeah.
Yeah.
How much gold do you have at the end, area? I noted I have over 2 million gold pieces in addition to all of my magic items.
It's kind of time to look. I didn't end up spending as much gold in the end but then I also did liquidize all the high level items I looted recently. So
the biggest thing the only liquidated thing I can really think of that comes to mind was the 425,000 gold piece ring that I donated to Tiamat at the time as part of her hearing my plea. Hope she's enjoying that ring, by the way.
0.7 million.
Okay, yeah, that's not much lower than me. You just cashed in.
I had a lot of the items. You had let me have the hoard and stuff. So I had a lot of items that were, made into Residium and made into other items. That certainly saved us a lot of money here in the end game, and not getting half and not a tenth of a.
Yeah, 4th edition certainly had bullshit coming from various things. Sheep did note in the streamer chat, I don't die and also I'm full health now, thanks. Some of the monster powers I looked at and went, what the fuck? The warlock that we were fighting in Chesenta, who stunned you with an at will and then just whooped away. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, not a save ends just until the end of the warlock's next turn. Fuck me.
Ooh.
Against the will too.
I love an at will stun.
Yeah.
I did enjoy that part also when we were fighting Malignant, with the whole the heroes again. Every time the adventurers show up, their parody chaotic nature is a good laugh.
My knowledge with 4E was limited coming into this campaign. I had done some 4E stuff before, so a running theme that I will take away with mostly positive reflection was what the fuck does this enemy do? There's this ogre bulldozer that just shoves you a bunch of squares and deals damage per square shove.
He apparently
bullshit.
Yeah, still remembered to this day, even though you only fought one of them ever.
I was gonna say I'm laughing over here because I'm this is what sometimes groups look at something and be like, I fucking hate that ogre. Fucking hate that ogre. every time he plays a game and there's an ogre, he's like, I'll kill you. I'll got you, motherfucker.
Those ogres having 18 armor class 40 18s across the board still annoy me.
Yeah.
There you go. The ogre's juggernaut push.
And their stupid ass riddle shit.
Oh. What a power move that is! What's that? You answered that riddle. Here's another riddle.
Yeah, it's what are you been?
I thought that was a fun thing that Sphinxes can do. They force you to think about a riddle until you can solve it. The history check. It's I didn't put points in history.
Days.
You're forced to think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a rogue.
Which is what made that encounter against the 3 Sphinxes at the end, where I stole the Pendant of Hope, where I have resist 10 psychic and I'm immune to daze.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
coming in here.
Not even operant.
That like the cruelty in which like the glee of emissary in that had me like, oh yeah, we're playing evil dragons. Like I was like, oh shit, this is oof, you know.
Like, leave here and I'll spare your life. Like, we're not going anywhere, you fucking hideous thing of Malar.
Gonna
Break apart their temple. We're not leaving. Okay, I'm coming in. I warned you. You two take all the treasure. I'm taking this pendant. Living obsidian. Yum. 20 fire damage, 10 ongoing fire damage, and it's slowed. What's this eldest thing up here at the top of the
Yeah, what's
board?
he? He's the guy who sat upon the big iron pillar, the god of
I guess.
the eldest.
Yeah, I wasn't.
fish.
Yeah, there are some tokens that I saw that obviously, like, I've been in that situation before where I made tokens and they were never used.
Yeah.
And that one caught my eye. I was like,
Yeah, look at it too. I was like, I don't think we killed that.
You didn't.
No.
I mean,
You deliberately chose not to.
fair. Killed a lot, you know. So it is hard to.
He's sleeping, but he could have awoken. So,
Could have been bad. I remember the Unbound Baylor that you wanted to keep alive area until Manikai explained to you that upon death, every time it explodes and deals fire damage.
Yep.
And you're like, nope, that's it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, my plan. No.
Those first 10. Lovely.
Yeah, fuck that.
There's
Another
half
close
damage.
combat for me, you know.
Yeah.
Those healing potions, man.
Thunderbird.
They changed my life.
It was pretty hardcore.
Yeah. The Thunderbird thing was pretty hardcore. That was, if I'd ever been grabbed, that absolutely would have been the I take 0 damage. But God, how much damage that deals.
Well, it depends on how high up it can grab you. Right?
Absolutely.
Air
superiority.
But that was what they were for. They were the Cloud Giants Guardians. They had like 2 of them.
That's something we didn't really have in this campaign, unless they didn't fly. In which case we had air superiority. But if they could fly, no, they had things that, many times had air superiority or, bullied us flyers to force us down. Whether it was
That's one of the hardest combat.
like MF Phone Rin, of course, and then Gilgim. Just fucking pipes. I'm so glad I was able to swallow those. And even then, like, there were certainly a number of combat situations where we were at the brink, and that was one of them.
Yeah.
I went down, and it was Sheep's character and Valky's character who narrowly finished off the Lord of Winter Pipers, because I did go down. And he was trying to escape.
Is that pipe in Emissary's tummy to this day? I mean,
that's full of acid and...
It's just sometimes tooting and like a sound of the winter complaints. It's just...
Here, squeeze my belly, Martain.
That's what bagpipes were invented in the Forgotten Realms.
Yes, that is a true legacy. What you will be known for.
This was the guy when you pull out. The next damage deals critical damage.
I see this heart drawn around Raedra now that I'm back here looking at the epilogue page.
I don't know how that happened.
Don't know. One other thing I would be interested in, I suppose, bow before me, is you made mention at the end of our very long session last week that Yaffle would have been different if she had but a day, and a lot of her stuff worked with dice manipulation. What does that look like?
Yes. The token doesn't have it, because I sort of updated it because I knew that she wouldn't have that time. But yes,
Gotcha.
I had a different version of her that had a lot of a lot of bullshit. I'm somewhat conflicted about it because some of the powers, I looked at some supplement that had a bunch of
Oh, that's how it goes.
a bunch of time angels in it.
Okay.
You could do a bunch of prophecy manipulation stuff, and and a lot of stuff like recharge power that just takes your die if you hit her and then makes it a 1 or something like that.
Good
Or
recharge power.
just makes a save sometimes.
Yeah, I choose to succeed.
Spent a turn to get an extra turn some other point. In the end, I don't know how deeply into it I would have gone because I think I wouldn't want the battle to just be super annoying, and always missing is dumb. So
My character certainly had a little bit of that. That's sort of the whole god hunting thing, right? That was why I picked it. Was like, how do you kill someone who's a diviner? You do the same thing, where it's like, no, you reroll, and that's at least what I imagined she would do if she had more time. Basically, doing the like in lore, like yes, she foresaw it so that you didn't hit, but like in mechanics, I thought that it would be similar to my like, oh hey, you can make them reroll or you reroll or right.
Another thing, though, it is not on the epilogue page, but on the ancient tomb page, for the viewer and I suppose Aerie herself, is to reveal what the rest of the tablets said, so as to inform what opportunities there could have been, either had we pursued this sooner, or pursued it more, or gotten luckier.
Yeah.
Good idea, Chris. Woo.
I figure you might enjoy that.
Yeah. Let me just reveal those. This one.
When Yaffle and Dogong's in the ritual plane, provide her with elemental support and protect them. Yeah,
Didn't
we
work
saw
out,
that
though.
attempt.
Didn't work out. This one not really relevant so much anymore because it's for a guy who got killed.
Yeah, we remember that, and that was erased.
This one you erased too.
Yeah.
This one you modified. Later erased, I think.
Do not allow him to create race from Soul Starter. That's correct.
No. Can't do it.
Then, the whole like repair any damage with draconic souls and rebuild form in the ritual plane. That didn't sound good.
That was insulting. It's like, oh, you killed him. Now he's gonna suck out the power from you. Oh, great, cool. What a victory.
Big move.
Yeah, I mean, basically the same he cloned.
Yeah, when Yaffle's soul is gone to ritual plane. Yep.
We got.
Can recharge all powers. That was revealed painfully so during the fight.
Yeah.
Once per counter, regain the use of a spinning counter power.
Which is not so useful when but it just lets you ignore recharge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. Like if we had erased one, there would still be.
Yeah. Sustains the portals and allows power to be drawn through them out of the ritual plane. Sustains the teleportation, allowing Dodkong to draw power from the Imisk Arcana through the teleportation circle ritual. He probably edited that one, Aerie.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can see the red line there, so.
Oh my, you're right! Look at that attention to detail.
Yeah, see it.
You're too good.
This one.
God.
Provide Yaffle and Doggo with temporary hit points and additional defenses upon return to life.
Oh, this one.
When Yaffle's reincarnated, dragons offer equal parts of themselves to Yaffle. Yeah?
I feel like offer is a bit of a stretch, but it's...
Yeah, you signed a consent form when you were being tortured.
Yes, apparently.
Allow Yaffle and Dodkong to add new elements of the Imisk Arcana. And the green things that you noted were the very base, which makes sense that that's what those do.
Yeah, I really enjoyed also the trying to guess the meaning of the runes. I would have probably done it more if I, could have figured out how to snap a picture of this thing. But like the satisfaction of being like, I think this is Jaffel, or okay, this must mean life, and this one then means death. Like that's always fun to me. Or like the deliver to, or
I
like
spent
trying to
I spent a
figure
lot.
that
I
out.
knew that I wanted the ritual to be something the players could interact with, and I spent a lot of time thinking about how to make that like compelling and understandable, like a magical ritual with various components, and that has to involve skills somehow. And it's sort of I wanted something elegant, but also basically a big puzzle piece in a way with different answers to different things.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
you
happy with how
definitely
it turned out.
succeeded with that.
I think you should be happy with this. This looked pretty cool, and it worked out pretty cool. And there's obviously like clear room where this could have gone different had other pieces been investigated sooner, or other adjustments been made sooner, or other characters got involved. As it was just Aries' character obsessed in the pursuit, and I was inclined to just like let her go with it. Yeah,
My thought with it when I designed this a long time ago was one, there's going to be a certain point. The dragons will have to be able to defeat at least the Baelor to have the time.
yes.
Because they don't have to go through the dungeon yet. They'll find other portals. You know, 4 different ways. I think we believe one of them was already broken at the beginning. The others got broken set up by dragons at various points. But they would have to defeat a Baelor, and they would have to do DC 30 checks, which puts a limiter on how efficient it can be if it's discovered early. Right?
Yeah.
Of course, discovered early would give you more opportunities to try, do things, but it would also have taken an investment and therefore be rewarded naturally. On the other hand, it would also take longer, and so you'd have to really pick which runes and such you wanted to investigate and begin to really because the research would be so much more valuable because it would come at such a higher cost, like such a smaller chance you'd get it with lower skill rolls, that you'd really have to pick and really spend a lot of time sussing out what means what in order to get the most out of your limited research. Yeah. While if you discover it at high levels, you'll still have a chance to actually use it because the skill checks are not so difficult now. You can actually get a bit done, which is what happened.
There's absolutely a different reality where we pursue this in different ways. The Black Dragon goes in there on her own, finds the Baelor, flees into beneath the thing, comes back through, tells the Green Dragon. Green Dragon's like, "Oh, I'm fucking breaking this. Go get the fuck out of here. You're not keeping this here."
Screw this thing, Baelor. What?
Yes, it took a while for Visigatrix to forgive that.
The whole blue fire thing in Star Mantle, I don't want that shit happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Go away.
Yeah.
And smash the thing. But yeah, there's another reality where we try to team up on the Baelor, the whole 3 of us, in this limited situation, and then without doing anything to provoke the Dodd Kong, or God forbid be here when he shows up.
Yeah.
Because that would be awkward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was one portal to the Ancient Tomb. There was one portal to Star Mantle, which was on fire because it was open during the spell plague, and so it caught blue fire and just sort of kept pouring, fuel to the flame if it weren't draining power into it, thereby burning Star Mantle to the ground. As the dungeon it was in was under the city, making the whole thing into like a melted crater.
Thank you, Yaffle.
Then there was one under Nathland, but that was turned off at the beginning, so it just was there. Then there was one in the Shining Plains, which was open during the spell plague, which destroyed it and sort of exploded the mountains into the massive pit that opened up due to the high level of power. So that's the land's mouth that appeared. And then there was one in Westgate.
Also contaminated by the blue flame. Turns out.
Well, wasn't entirely courtesy of the thing that was beneath there.
Yeah.
It had sort of swallowed it, but now it couldn't stop mutating with all the power going to it. But yeah, definitely also an unfortunate situation for the guy. But that was also active. So
and another thing, Visigatrix was like, "Yeah, we need to end this. Like, this is sick." Like even the Black Dragon's like, oh god, that's a horrible thing.
In each of these locations, I imagined, of course, I knew that the Shining Place had exploded, and thus the laboratory there would never be available to the players. But I had Obstetrics come with some of the pieces from it, right, to that was there. How to find it. That meant there was probably other laboratories at Yapple with things laying around that could be found, and there were. One of them holding like dragon defense equipment, such in Nathlan, right? In Westgate. Then there was Starmantle, though that was not so.
Did you envision it being more like a detective trying to find those laboratories, or did you basically think that it would go much like us falling over them as we pursued other stuff?
It could have been. Of course, you don't have the power necessarily to.
Well, I was like, I don't know how we would have known.
But
because...
they say always leave at least 3 clues to each mystery, right? So if I scattered these things out, as they made sense, depending on what Yaffle did during her, like how this whole thing she did came about, because I had to figure that out to know where things would be, what would be logical for her to do. It sort of just made her a bit more present too, to have these things be found. It's kept the focus, and you'd fall over some of them eventually, I'm sure. It's hard to imagine a time where you didn't get involved somehow, or where someone did something to mess it up. If nothing else, that kind of would have made another one.
Yeah. Thanks, pal.
But really, the game was a sandbox in that I mean, things happened as they made logical sense to me. And from the perspective and with the information that those characters had at the time.
With the perspective and information the characters could have gotten, would there have been a way to resolve the ritual without resolving, like, the undead stone giant, to just, like, somehow whisk the ritual to completion and then resolve an Archmage Yaffle without him knowing?
Yeah, you probably could have done that. Though I think off the top of my head, of course, it depends on when that would have been a thing, right? But he would have been partial to maybe even aiding in dismantling the ritual step by step, and then just getting to take it home. Like once Yaffle's ritual is gone from it, you could just take the rest of it. And use it for his evil, wicked deeds. You would be done, but he would get the artifact, right? That would have been
right. He would have the Imus Arcana, like the statue.
Yeah,
that's
and
massive
the power within it. And that would have been, you would have. There's no way to where he's just like happy and chill about everything.
I didn't think so.
Sort of isn't. He's gonna be involved in one way or another because this all happened in his backyard, and he's something Yaffle didn't foresee.
Like Sheep, was right as a player to push for it, and Ari was interested in it as well, in a sense of the meddling with the ritual. It was just beyond our power scope to resolve easily at the time that was happening.
Yeah.
Given, the lichness of the...
Yeah,
and as we later learned, what actually he had changed. So even if we did kill him and did break his phylactery, he might still come back and we enter another curse.
Come back, and he would have weakened us. It's like the ultimate, we did it, guys. We finally did. Frodo tosses the ring in, and then Sauron gets back, drains all their life, and laughs. It was like, what?
Which I'm imagining us, having gone through that, and me, fine, okay, let's do this, and then being like, what the? Oh, fuck me! He was so hard to beat!
Talk about wasted effort, man.
But, no, not really, because once you beat him once, you can do it again. And he was never
not
a
when
character.
I'm lethargic.
He was never a character who would commit to a fight.
Right.
Yeah. It just changes the power dynamic where he's like, well, now I've learned that you can do this. So
now I don't want to engage with you. I'm just going to do my own thing.
Yeah, our relationship changes.
Really, I just kind of want to fuck off. so, yeah.
I mean, and that worked for a time until I found out that he had corrupted the entire ritual.
Well, it was just, it was there. No one, was using it. So.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And of course he would, because it's an incredible amount of power.
Yeah, like-
And he,
like,
It's
he,
an incredible opportunity.
he could
Had
pick up
my
the corpses
dragon
of the
had it,
people,
be like, oh fuck yeah.
Like his character motivations that were plainly
Yeah.
obvious. I don't fault that at all.
No, that was. I mean, it's just that they were not what my dragon wanted, so my dragon was pissed.
I mean, my
know?
character was all fine and well with it until like she tried to break the ritual, and so that he was preventing her from doing
Yeah.
that. And
I mean, my dragon basically says much in killing me. Like, you made the mistake of, messing with me, like with us. Like, didn't care of him otherwise. He could have, tried to make a, stone giant supremacy, whatever the fuck. You have fun, dude. But they couldn't be loud because he stole my power. That was very inconsiderate of him.
beyond that, he enjoyed very much not being in the spotlight.
I mean, which Visigatrix certainly understood. That was not.
Just kind of wanted to slowly incorporate plans by manipulating and then pulling and pushing. No rush. He's a lich. He's got lots of time.
Oh, sorry. I'm just zooming in on the Budak Reaver.
one of the mistakes that Nemesis made was reaching into a player character's head to try and edit it and influence Valignith. That made it so that Valignith and Dodcon could never get along.
Yeah.
And then from there, it I can't say it ramped up since it did even back out, but it just set the tone for what would eventually happen.
It was never gonna be a permanent solution.
No,
Right.
the permanent
I mean-
solution we ended up with was when two artifacts fused together.
It's a strange situation. I didn't really know what's going on, but well, you fixed it.
Didn't even contemplate it. It was just that the gear was like, hey, it could suck. That statue could totally, suck out this, soul, whatever. I was like, all right, yeah, sure. I'll put it on there. I don't want to use it, so yeah. Look at those rolls, Jesus.
At will every turn.
Yeah, there's a
Amateur.
good. You know what? I took a lot of the force of Yaffle because I was the one who fought her. But I'm glad that I didn't have to tank that thing. Certainly.
Well, you know what? I didn't exactly have to tank it too much.
No,
got,
well, that's your job, not being
It
hit.
got broken.
Fucking
Just
stun locked
like,
it.
oh,
Yeah.
-4, like whatever
Whenever
the
I
fuck.
hit
-4 to all their
it
attacks.
gets stunned, and it's like, all right, well,
That guy said, like, you can't fathom this thing's motos, but you can imagine it doesn't want to be stun locked, and so it leaves over here now.
it got thoroughly stun locked.
It has
For
you right
several
where it wants
turns.
you.
Again, like the combination of you being a defender and then fighting these aberrants and then having the like, oh yeah, you get all these benefits when you're fighting aberrants, or they get all these minuses, and it's like,
Yeah.
what are they supposed to do?
Yeah,
Well, let's see
wouldn't have
here.
been an
Whale.
aberrant if you hadn't. He wouldn't have been an aberrant creature specifically. He would have had the spell scar. That doesn't make you aberrant, not immediately at least. He wouldn't have been an aberrant creature unless you took the soul of Fall and mixed it with your own, so that she would get some, thereby being dragged into the sort of world assessors and accountants, who then went, what in the world is this? No, this doesn't fit anywhere. My box is still.
Since he was
well,
made an
I guess-
aberrant because of that?
Yeah, he was reclassified from being.
That's
I have like a
great.
list of like humanoid, magical, dragon, shadow, something like that, into being like, no, that doesn't work. She's a thing. She shouldn't exist.
I mean, she also had tadpoles in her eyes, so
It's true.
I mean, that's pretty much aberrant shit to me.
Looking at those rolls in relation to how my character was, that ritual chamber token, the 54 hits if I didn't hit with any of my attacks and get a +2 AC. The 55 to Fortitude misses. The 54 to Fortitude obviously misses. The 52 misses. The 57 through Will gets me.
That's a natural 20. So,
Yeah,
I'd hope
so
so.
yeah, that looks good.
but this is level 32. Yeah. 32 is Soul Brute.
Yeah, all those I would have been destroyed by that.
He
Really?
is very dangerous, and he even had like a couple of soul amalgam friends who also can
We
do.
saw
Yeah, I
They
felt
don't do the
those.
worst, but they can. The ongoing damage that you don't save against it sort of forces you to deal with them.
And the target is day save ends, and that can be haunting too. Close burst 1.
Yes, thank God for rogue powers having like movement built in. That certainly saved me. Like, Jaffa basically had me dazed most of the time
Yeah.
for a bit. Being able to still move
The
and attack.
the burning web became one of the most
Oh my
effective
God!
powers there.
Yeah, that burning web was something. Just to see that and Ares
Destroyed my
done good.
great worm.
I was like, oh god. I'm like,
Really?
I'm glad
And
I'm immune to being restrained.
Now,
'cause
I
gee,
will say it could not save. It failed for like 200 hit points, but it was like, I mean,
Yeah.
that happens, right? You're like,
It-
God.
the corroding breath was rough, but I thought the most worrying thing for Ares' character would have been Yaffle doing 3 melee attacks. Because I saw how much damage she dealt with 3 melee attacks. I went,
Yeah. Yeah.
For most of them. He hits worse with them than the other ones.
I was gonna say, I did luckily have some finaglery of making her reroll, but I did take some hits. But again, 200 extra hit points.
the 200 temp HP, yeah.
Which then, being able to use a minor action to like heal some or whatever.
You
that-
editing the ritual to get the guaranteed 15 damage, and then you getting the 200 temp HP so she didn't get 400 full. I think that worked
Yeah.
out pretty well for this fight.
Yeah,
I think
guaranteed 15 damage,
The
and then the
most important one was
vulnerability.
taking away her bonus turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that,
She
but
would
that's
have had
absolutely
2
Ugh.
initiative goes if you just fought
And
her
her like
base.
3 action points. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
well, she'd spent all 3 action
Yeah,
points,
yeah.
so. But yes, 2 initiative passes. Like every combat turn. 57 gets me, though. I do reduce psychic damage. Thanks, feet. Yeah. Yaffle was mostly yours until Raxos's.
How do you like Tyraxos's NPC build here? I figured I would.
It worked pretty
inspiration from
well.
what he
Like,
did in life.
I was controlling him the entire time. I was like, I like this shit. Like his breath weapon. I liked his claw. Although what we really saw was goring.
Yeah.
And then I looked at this thunderclap and I was like, wait, close burst 3. It could stun. I'm into that.
Yeah.
Furious charge for not provoking. Yeah, it vibed well with me for controlling. I got the sense of it, and he very much is an artillery piece.
Not a lot of hit points, but he could blow up a couple of times.
He sure could.
That's because not a lot of hit points, but he can blow up a couple times. He's got more hit points than me, and then he can come back to life a couple of times.
I remember your reaction whenever we first saw him do that. Like, what? He comes back? No, he died.
He also gains an
I
action
say
point.
that. I
as
have
an
a
aura.
character in our home game that has that ability. But still, as a striker, I was offended. It's like when that thief made several sneak attacks. I was like, what the fuck? With more dice than me. That's not okay. Just call it something else. Call it Assassin Strike or something.
Yeah.
Don't call it the same as my ability and make me seem like I suck.
That we were able to keep the Astral Kraken from getting anyone's memories.
My God.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. That was incredible, but also just the power play of like standing there being like, yes, that's right. That magic giant thing wanted to take our city, our place, and we said, fuck you.
with Evander High Castle and my one of my NPC companions, the Earth Genasi. That was a good fight for him, though he was outclassed. It was a good time for him to shine.
Yeah, he did good.
Yeah, Zircon with his fucking teleport speed.
Yeah. Oh, teleport speed. Yes, I mean, again, I got that later on. I bought the ability to teleport. It solves a lot of problems. Immobilized, for instance, it allowed me to retrain a feat, so or like a one of my utility powers, because it was like, oh, minor action, escape, or grab, or whatever. I was like, oh,
Good
I don't
roll,
need that anymore.
Zircon. 22 damage to the end of
Oh,
Zircon's
look at
action. The
that!
target explodes.
Hey,
Sustain minor to extend the duration of the condition. Repeat the damage. Just sustain minor on that.
Kind of power.
Just repeat the damage.
right. The
Automatic
trouble is
damage.
actually hitting, but once you do, like the ones like sustain minor, that's incredible.
I don't know. 44 versus Will hits a lot.
Oh yeah, it does. It does.
Good old controller. Interesting. Yeah, I think they work pretty well.
They did.
Always, Cell was pretty good.
Zircon was used a little. The Bulette was used a little. Novacree, of course. How could he not be? The storytelling brought by by sheep playing Novacree, like in that lair adventure, which was expanded from
great.
there.
Felt bad. Like both adventurers I played died.
Well, yours and my lair kind of had to. I wouldn't take no for an answer. That's where the healing shield I have in that page.
One of is like the avenging crazy revenge kobold, and the other one is the hell person. I was like, yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
The ASMR that I played for Sheep's Lair fucking lifts the damn anvil to deliver to my dragon.
Yeah.
And Valky's, that Valky was playing was that halfling bard who...
Yes, I liked her.
A traitor of some
She never came much into play.
No. It's because she never succeeded in finding the anvil.
Yeah.
The Valignus said, don't come back until you get the anvil.
Yeah. It was rough.
Boo, mummies!
Yes, I don't like mummies.
They were mean.
Mummy ogre. Who embalmed these ogres? Cursing slam. Oh god, not again. You are prone and weakened.
This one's the good one. There's no escape.
Yeah. Just, auto hit, range 10.
Yeah,
just sees you.
You have to kill it now. You're slowed for your life. Yeah, these guys hang out too.
Slowed for your life.
What?
Take 5 damage whenever you attack. Until it uses that power again.
That's the kind of stuff Sheep's character tanked through and cleaning out the silver mine when it was infested with death.
Yeah, there was a lot of things. If the Death King's lair had been invaded, like probably early on, like the giant mummies.
It just seemed like such a poor idea for me as a player. Like, oh god, you want us to go down there into the deeps of the
it's like it's like, oh, you could go down to the Underdark and be like, oh no. It's like everyone knows, like, oh, you want to be fucked up, go to the Underdark. Everything sucks down there. Even the food they eat is like snails and mold. Like, go on
just
there.
2 squares after charging. The target is marked and cannot spend healing surges or regain hit points until the end of the hag's next turn.
Yeah, that's rough.
Definitely a whole lot of ways this game could have spiraled in its storytelling.
There's so many variables. Just
But I think the most important thing that I can do before I disconnect from the server is to erase the hearts around Westgate and get
what? You're gonna base the Westgate. Okay, well, not about the ones that I made around the characters here. Not that I made them, but just...
yeah. What's gonna do in the epilogue? I was gonna do it around Getra's portrait.
Manukau, leave the server up so I can put them.
It's
back
saved. It's saved on other versions.
When you're gone, I'll withdraw the hearts from
Yeah.
guess with that.
I think with that we've talked it over, and
Can't delete them.
at this point,
Write your thoughts, opinions, comments, and feelings, and anything else. The final death tally.
Yeah.
Who upsets you the most? Do it
put the
in the
comment,
comments.
and I'll read it. So
You're still recording Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, right, Bandakai? And
yeah, every now and then
gets
when we play that game, yeah, I'll record it. But I don't. It's not a lot of people watch it. It's been moved back and forth for channels, and it has some scheduling issues in the past. So, but
Much
I
like
figure a lot of it's on, a lot of it's on the internet, so the rest should be too.
yeah, much like this game has, over 3 3/4 years from Rahal recording it, broadcasting it, to Valky broadcasting it on Rahal's channel, to Cheap broadcasting it in a mix of Rahal's YouTube and then his own Twitch, and then you now broadcasting it.
Yeah, I think in the future I'll just do it because it's like
Yeah, now you
that's
know how
fun,
to do it.
you
You've
know.
been armed with knowledge.
I've learned how to be streamster.
Streamster.
So,
I'm an internet
that's,
personality.
so what's next, Manikai?
Oh, do you have an hour?
As a matter of fact, I do, but I don't know whether you
A
do.
lot of ideas about what's next. I was like, man, I'm gonna take like a break after this, and it's really just sort of feeling it out, make sure I'm not fatigued from dealing. And then this morning was like, Tina, listen to what I have. So, that's how that.
This one of the ideas that I know of, or is it a new one?
Oh, I don't even know what you know.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
So
You
let's
have so
just
many.
go through quickly then. Been playing a bit of in no particular order, I should say. Been playing a bit of Pathfinder 2nd Edition at home with Tina. She's starting to DM. It's fun. There's the Skulls and Shackles pirate campaign. I've wanted to play that eventually someday. It seems like a low-effort thing to port it to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, run it, since it's a pre-made campaign. There's not that much work in it, even if I want to enhance it. And it seems like I should give Pathfinder 2nd Edition a real go. Give it a chance. It looks different enough. Then there is my thoughts on King Arthur Pendragon. The Great Pendragon campaign is something I own. The idea of playing Arthurian knights, also in a century-long game of multi-generational knight adventures, seem a lot of fun. The systems and the game is somewhat janky and weird. A new edition is being made, though. This will be released soon, 6th edition Pendragon, which seems like an opportunity to maybe jump on that and try that out. Heard good things, and it seems to be weird enough that I have never done anything like it. Could also look away from that, since depending on if they delay the 6th edition, and say, well, what if we ported that to feudal Japan? I haven't really done much with Japan. Japan is a country that its history, I find it somewhat hard to find out what's fiction and what's reality, because there's so much like fictionized stuff about it. But
A
it's
whole
like,
lot romanticized about that time.
it's a feudal society, and I think Pendragon would be a really good system to do it. It's been thought about. They're actually announced that in a few years they will release an official supplement for 6th edition focused on porting it to Japan. So I'm not the only one who sees it, but I was like, okay, I think I could do that in a meaningful way, and it would be, again, something I've never done. It would be a new thing, and play through one of the periods of like Samurai Journeys. I'd have to make like a meta plot or something for this. I guess I'm just really attracted to the idea that the Pendragon has of sort of running your household and raising your kids is like part of the game, so that they can be your next player character to take up the mantle of knighthood once your character dies from old age or in battle or something. That's compelling to me. The long-term consequences and the sort of familial dynastic stuff just seems really cool.
That's the sort of thing that we couldn't get in, say, A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did try.
Yeah, the system just. I mean, what was it? A 12-year-old girl killed a war elephant with her bare hands. That that doesn't. It doesn't fit the fantasy of the setting it has
it's
placed itself
fantasy,
in.
alright.
You know, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. But Pendragon is like, okay, there's supernatural stuff, but people also just fucking die sometimes, and that's cool. I like that. It's a game I'll definitely play at some point. Don't know if it's gonna be the next thing. Haven't decided. Basically. Beyond that, what else? What else do I have laying around at the moment? Let's see here. I have the Perdition campaign. I've been working on a world building concept saying, what if in the end of time, Hell has won the great war of the multiverse? And what is it like in that place? Mostly it's been world building so far, but of course there's adventuring seeds for it. I don't have a system in place, but it would take place in the post-apocalyptic version of the 9 Hells after they conquered everything, only to find out that didn't actually work out for them. It seems cool. It's a setting where characters don't really die because they're in the afterlife already, so they die, return to the River Styx, and then you sort of have to go get them at the ferryman. But I thought it was interesting as a concept to say, okay, what would this world be like? You don't have to eat, obviously, because you don't starve. But it's hell, so you do feel like you have to eat, and you do feel like you're starving. Because the devils would want to be able to starve you, but they can't really necessarily. It's just sort of, it would make no sense to let you die from it. It plays a lot with what you lose when you die is more your memories until you have them regained to you, like reawaken them in your soul, and some other very cool things. That I've been working on for that I'm really excited by, but that I wouldn't want to spoil in case I do it, because there's some cool twists, and like, how did this happen? How did the war for the universe happen? I mean, the thought really came to me when I was like, well, hell always wins. That's one of the things, which means that eventually, if that's true, then they would end up somehow getting that like 1% more power than the rest of the universe that they need to just sort of continue the plan to slowly win. But what's the end game? What happens then? What happens when all the planes have been conquered and when all chaos has been exterminated? What happens? And that's my try to answer that question. Okay. As for what the game would be, I'm not sure. There's many different ways you could take it. There's many different plot hooks I have for it. But it's cool either way. I don't know what system to do. I thought about 13th Age would be a good system for it, because I sort of ended up having a bunch of important people who could be icons. Which would be a cool setting for it. And let me play 13th Age again and try to DM it. That's fun. On 13th Age, though, I also have the book 13th Age Glorantha at some point. I haven't really begun delving deep into that, because Glorantha is a bit intimidating. I know a lot about Forgotten Realms. That's intimidating too, but I've been able to collect the knowledge about that over decades. While Glorantha is I've played King of Dragon Pass, and that's sort of where my knowledge ends. So, and that's still more than most people know, I think. But that would be fun at some point. I do like what I know about the world, and I own the books, so I'll probably get to it, right?
Yeah.
Then there is my other world building project, which is the Corsair campaign. Also inspired a little bit by pirate stuff. I like nautical campaigns. I like sailing around. I like robbing people on a boat. And I worked as a world building thing, saying, well, how could I make a setting that is perfect for that? And I came with the idea of that the archipelago that players are in is the collapsed skull dome of the god Salt, which is how the sea got salty. Some other stuff, it's not quite ready yet, but to have piracy, you need powerful empires far away that need to go here with boats to get a valuable resource that they then have to take somewhere else to sell, right? And I wanted to shy away a little bit from the let's go and genocide some Aztecs for gold and see, how else could we design this in a way that sort of gels with me and is more interesting. It's a little bit overlapping with the Skulls and Shackles campaign. I probably wouldn't do both, right? But we'll see. It's sort of slowly just when I think of something for it, I come to it. I also have thought about a West Marches game about
West Marches.
a frozen world. Yeah, you familiar? It's like an exploration sort of thing.
Yeah.
You mostly I thought about the concept because we had a lot of scheduling problems with various campaigns. That sort of solves that by saying, well, different players, different parties, that's fine. A town in a continent that is freezing over know that whatever problem is at the end of it. Or rather, it was frozen, but it is thawing now, sort of unlocking more and more of the game world as time goes on, and with small objectives to do. And obviously, it's more environmental storytelling, which I would enjoy. But it's also a type of game I haven't played, which is
also would
exciting.
allow for different DMs, I think.
Yeah,
We've talked about. I think that I was included in this at one point, or
Um,
maybe a version of it.
yeah. Sheep has in the back burner. He bought a campaign at one point, a campaign setting. I don't remember what it's called. It's a Viking game, and I've always said Vikings are sort of not that interesting of a setting. But really, let's be honest. That's because I'm Danish and I'm saturated with it all the time. Then again, I was like, maybe that just means I should be the one to do it, right? Because if I find all this stuff to come naturally, all the myths and fables and stuff, then maybe running one would be exciting for people who don't know as much about it as someone who lives it, So that could be a thing, but that's not out yet, so I don't really have it. It was a thought. I don't have any way to confirm it because I haven't actually read the material that they are currently in the process of making, which means it's impossible
Gotcha.
for me to.
I suppose we'll have
Actively-
to make them,
actively
finish
read
it
it.
first.
Yeah. Let's see. That was that folder.
All right.
I got some other ones. I've been looking at Mutant Year Zero. I've tried to think about like a Fallout style game before, like a post-apocalyptic thing. Sounds exciting.
Sure, I know about that through Jonas, and obviously like the
But,
video game that came out.
Yeah, but and I like the small little colony building stuff they have got going on. That little system is cute and sort of fun to slowly build up a post-apocalyptic society. But again, I haven't really looked at it deeper, so it probably wouldn't be the next thing I do. Yeah. Yeah, I got Zweihander in the back burner too as a game I own. Maybe run one of those Warhammer Fantasy ads at some point.
So the life of Dungeon Master / Game Master Manikai seems rich indeed with more potential hooks, and it's just finding the time to do them all.
Yeah, I sort of try not to do too many at once. Running 2 games a week seem to be sort of 3 is too many. 2 is enough to be a little stressful sometimes. So I guess that's the one makes me go into a folder and write more campaign concepts. So so I guess maybe 2 is the sort of the good space to be in.
All right.
Yeah. But if any of that sounded fun, send me a message and tell me what you guys think. Both of you here in the forum. Otherwise, because nothing to get things kicking than more people who are excited about what you're talking about. So,
how far along is the home game you're playing with Ari? Like,
what are we?
God, Chris.
29?
29!
So it's also a 4th edition. So
all right.
give me
so,
a month or 2, and I'll be on 0 games run.
Yeah, that
I
means
do have one queued up with Tina. So that'll be run. Then my
was
brother's
it?
going to run some
Tina,
Imperial
listen to
Assault.
this idea. Ari, you won't believe what I'm thinking.
Well, yeah,
No,
so that's coming to a head too.
What if you're a pirate goblin, Ari? Go
so-
I
on.
will say, in
Oh.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition, goblins have become a core race. Silly,
Wow.
crazy,
Well, I mean, of course
Pathfinder
they have with
goblins.
how
Hey.
idolized
Stupid
they are.
songs and
I mean,
big
they
heads.
have like the goblin, like
their
big
hate for
teeth.
dogs.
I see, like, yeah, eat some dogs as a player
Yeah.
character. That's good.
Oh, I don't
Kill
know.
some horses.
But-
They do.
I mean, okay, but horses are terrifying, and then if you're a tiny little goblin,
Yeah, same with dogs. They don't like them. They hate
yeah.
them. Their weapons are called dog slicers because they slice dogs with them.
I mean, you gotta appreciate their
They gotta
style
hunt down those pugs.
of naming things, you know?
But
Yeah.
yeah,
You don't, Eric.
that's
All right, Bannakai. Quite a lot there.
yeah. I'm
That's
sure there's more that I
Cimarron.
forgot about.
That was one folder.
Mm.
Oh shit.
Hey.
Yeah.
Note in the comments as well how many times you had to replay Bannakai's gushing to get a full sense of all the ideas he encapsulated.
Maybe in the future you'll see a video on this channel that'll reveal which one it was, and because then we're in
And
the
you'll
past.
know that you
the
were there
present,
listening to that.
and it wasn't decided yet.
Yeah. That's right. Ah, yes, Pendragon. They're raising a dynasty.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Ari, when's your first DMing coming up?
Yeah,
You
Ari.
know. Wow.
Tina's doing it.
Okay, is that
If
well?
Peter's doing it, so are
She's
you.
a lot better than me, so you know,
No.
I'll. But well, you know, for like I don't know, 2 years, I have like slowly worked a little thing. Maybe it's at like 2 sessions. 2 sessions. So you know, maybe one day it'll happen. I think that my conclusion is that I probably should not run a very long adventure because I have very hard time focusing on anything really, and I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen.
You don't have to ask Manikai about the lore if you're building the lore.
Mm-hmm.
Then they ask you about the lore.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a lot of work, honestly.
Well, imagine
Seems
if
like
work,
a lot of
if there was
sitting
work
down,
that was
trying
fun.
to write things. Well, yes, but I don't like sitting down and working.
Well, you walk around and then you come home and you just write down the stuff you thought about.
Because
Quickly
see,
before
no,
it
but that's
disappears.
not how
You connect your
I walk
Bluetooth
around.
receiver to an
I-
auto dictate, and then you speak
Yes,
the words. and it
that
writes
would
it
be
down.
the only way. Because I walk around, get all the ideas. It's like when I do art. I'm like, this is a sketch. And I'm like, this is a great idea. And then I put it in the pile, and then I make a new great idea, and I put it in the pile, and I never actually do the finished art
Now,
because
imagine.
I've already had the idea, and I've moved on.
Imagine if those sketches went not in the pile, but before the players. Yeah. Like in the dungeon, you made the token. That was cool. I like that.
I you know. That
Yeah.
would have probably not happened either if I did not have the strict deadline. A lot of those were made like 20 minutes before work. It's like the first couple one very detailed. The next one's like
No effort wasted.
yeah, squish it.
Or are they gonna
Fucking
die
this
anyway?
Squish out
You
these.
fight
Yeah,
more invisible
You know?
stalkers this session.
Yeah, that was so.
Oh,
Think of other ways to rope those in. That worked out all right.
Yeah.
Except mine. No one wanted to compel me.
There's also like when there finally was a chance, it's like if I compel her now, she's just gonna leave and we can't do the thing. There was another thing. But
Which means mine was the best because it was too good,
yeah,
not because it was
like,
easily compellable.
it's like it, you know. Yeah, you were very good at it too. That's fair.
yeah. All right.
That's it. Dreads of the Dragon Coast. No more dread. Dread's over.
Well, you know, now you can just be feeling at peace.
Yeah, that's what
Well,
my character will do.
I'm sure we'll find more excuses to hang out, guys. I mean, if it's Vermintide or something. But yeah, I think this is it.
Yeah.
So thank you for watching. It has been a long and wild ride. I mean, I hope you enjoyed. And if you've come all this way with us, that's what, 600 hours of content?
Hopefully, there was something for you.
It's been a whole thing. I might be digesting it still, and for a while longer.
I've
Board
got a
set
number of
assembled.
messages from folks who have fallen by the wayside who have said that, I know though, when I come back to it, there will be
Yeah.
hundreds of hours there waiting for me.
Hundreds of hours, yeah. And yeah. Thank you for watching, I suppose. Thank you for being part of this journey with us. And to my players, you
Dragons
two have
win.
been... Oh. Not even a question anymore. The only one I think could give you a run for your money might be Vecna, and that's because he has 50 automatic damage every turn to living things.
Damn you, Vecna.
But, yeah.
Should have become
God
a
of
dragon
secrets.
bitch.
Forbidden
But
knowledge.
you guys have... I admire your commitment to this project and to getting it done and to weathering things. And should you ever want to join a game of mine in the future, just let me know, and I'll find a spot. Because, yeah, you guys are great to play with.
I mean, right. Thank you.
And
Thank
and
you
with that,
for holding on and
It's-
committing. You know,
It's only been a decade for us at this point, Manikai, since I joined the Age of Darkness campaign.
yeah.
Back when you were not solar powered and could stay up a lot longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm rambling now because it's like
Yep.
midnight.
And to Ari, as far as it goes, you were the most pleasant relative of the DM I've ever played with.
You keep saying that. I have
right?
never...
I feel like
What does
that's
this
not
mean?
such
What
a
is this horror
backhanded
story?
compliment.
All right.
It's like
As it turns
like
out,
it's for spoiled brat shit. You were sort of acceptable.
So Grimmeth has been playing role-playing games for a while, since '96,
Yeah.
and in that time, and all the friends and acquaintances he's had over the years, there have been times where I've role-played with relationships of other players. That might not include just, say, like a sibling, or a child, or a spouse, or a girlfriend/boyfriend. There's a whole gamut there. And you know how when we go through life and we have our conversations, we interact with each other, we bring the luggage with us wherever we go, like into our relationships, into our gaming.
Oh no.
Sometimes that luggage comes onto the role-playing field as well. And that didn't happen in my time with Ari in this game. And Manikai. So you know what I could say? This has been the most... That's how I can say it's been the most...
I would like to pretend, at least for a second, that it is hard work and that, it's because I'm skillful at hiding all my resent, but the truth is,
we just
actually
don't really
get
have
along.
that many issues, yeah.
Yeah,
It just
yeah,
works
it's
out.
really, we really agree on most things, so it's not really a problem.
Yeah, but hey, I'm glad your fears were unwarranted.
Yes.
Because
it wasn't a
because
fear
that
so
sounds
much as a...
it sounds horrendous to have, as you say, people's undealt with baggage being brought up in the game passive aggressively. I'm like,
Oh
no.
no!
Could you
Nothing could
imagine?
make me leave a game
Oh,
faster.
you're sitting there between two people who glare at each other, and every comment is full of venom. It's like, oh boy.
It's just every time
You guys
someone
know
does
we don't
something.
have to do this, right? We could just...
I had my taste of it during like the one shot when Ari joined us for the various dungeons. Then, she came in full time, and then Sheep left. And I'm looking at Manikai and I'm looking at Ari, and I'm going, well, I live here now. I guess this is my home. We'll see where the road takes us, I guess.
There's these crazy Danes I hear, so...
Yeah. I'll somehow find a way to try and tolerate them. I'm a very tolerant person. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I hear. So
Yeah, that's the impression that I've gotten from everyone I've talked to.
As I'm basically saying everything to Ari other than that she's fucking useless about Manshoot. Ari, you stupid! Fool!
Right?
Aw.
How do you not know how to wizard?
I do not know how to wizard. Grimmeth, I was spending time trying to do a recap that was then rudely jumped over. There
was a hurricane outside. We didn't have time.
We didn't. Like, literally just after you disconnected. Like, I thought that was almost fate,
Everything I've weathered for this relationship.
Storm.
I have
Yes.
enjoyed you too.
I'm gonna miss
Yes.
this this part
Yeah,
specifically.
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta hang out again sometime.
So you
And
can
we
say
gotta not
hello
just say that.
Hello.
All right, chat. I think that's that. At least for you.
Yeah.
Look forward to our Beholder and Goblin campaign coming up on
Sure.
Manakai's YouTube channel real soon.
We'll see what happens. And with that, good night.